Round and round the cycle of samsara goes. When will it stop? It doesn't. That's the whole point. It goes on forever. It never stops, even after you die. That's the whole point. We had another one of those days. The S&P 500 was down 3.6% in afternoon trading. The NASDAQ composite was 4.3% lower, but then it went up again. Woo! 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 Always up and down and up and down and up and down. What caused the downturn today? Entropy. NASDAQ was actually at -7. It got to -7? Damn. That's crazy. Yeah, wow, no kidding. Previous close 17,124 and the lowest point was 16,000. Wow. That's pretty significant. Woo, 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 woo. Up. Down. What's with the suit? I am a stockbroker. I think the Trump administration clarified the 125% tariff on China was cumulative with the existing 20% fentanyl tariff. Yes, the Trump administration clarified that actually it's a 145% tariff. 125 was simply not enough. It needs to be 145. That's the only way to save our economy. The drop for the S&P 500 reached 6.3% at one point. This is a insane amount of sustained volatility. Here's Trump bragging about insider trading.
This is Charles Schwab. It's not just a company, it's actually an individual. And he made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million. That's not bad, because he's in financials.
They all do insider trading. That's not really news. The guys in the room are like, shut up. We finally drained the swamp, guys. Yeah, we defeated the elites. I honestly, genuinely, honest to God, do not think that Donald Trump is genuinely manufacturing constant insider trading pump and dump situations. I really do think that he's on like a kick and that the administration is probably pushing him to dial it back in a way that they can profit from. I don't think he's that in on it, even if he is complicit. Casually admitting to market manipulation, nothing to see here. You know what? Honestly, I think it's based in red-pilled of Trump to be so open about the graft, because all of them do it anyway. Like, they just lie about it. Nancy Pelosi's husband, you know, the portfolio she maintains through him, she insider trades. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been engaging in some very aggressive insider trading. Everyone, all of them, they all insider trade. How could you not? How could you not? They're all given this information beforehand. We're on like 6 consecutive days of 5 percentage point plus swings in the market. Trump is hoping to form a united front against Trump. Did I just say Trump is hoping? China is hoping to form a united front against Trump. See, Warner Brothers plummeted in value after China said they'll stop importing U.S. films. That's pretty funny. A spokesperson for the China Film Association said it is inevitable that Chinese audiences would find American films less palatable given the, quote, wrong move by the United States to wantonly implement tariffs on China. It's funny. The EU was talking with China over eliminating the tariffs on Chinese EVs? Really? I'd like a source on this that isn't a tweet, if possible. Reuters source? Thank you. EU and China will look into setting minimum prices on electric vehicles. Why minimum prices? Why? Oh, we won't tariff you, okay? It's just, even if you could sell them for a profit over here for $9,000, you have to charge at minimum $22,000. Quit blowing our domestic manufacturing out the water. Well, it's better than tariffs, I guess. Can we stop winning yet? I'm tired of winning. Apparently, Asian stocks are up. Indexes rallied across Europe and Asia in their first chances to trade following Trump's pause. Japan's Nikkei 225 surged 9.1%, South Korea's 6.6%, and Germany's DAX 4.5%. Nice. That's a pretty big jump. People are parking their money outside the U.S. Yeah, that's like, it seems like the fate of America, at least in the short term, is to have all of its wealth hollowed out as foreign investors, and a lot of domestic ones as well, remove themselves from the market, and the stock market basically becomes like a non-stop day after day pump and dump scheme. Like literally every single day is going to be a high or low point on the we're so back it's so over sine wave, where like a select group of Trump insiders and Wall Street bets autists are going to be capitalizing as much as they can on the constant oscillations. Can't wait for the Wall Street crypto index. I mean, it basically already is that, isn't it? Like, what's the difference? Every time I bring up, like, the innate, like, irrationality of Wall Street and how it's not fundamentally different from, like, a crypto coin or whatever, some people argue, but it's, like, pretty much a objectively correct assessment. It's got nothing to do with anything, man. Just put the goddamn cabinet meeting in the bag. Yeah, exactly. Trump just has to announce a 90-day pause every day, and the economy will keep going up.
amazing. We had a big day yesterday. There'll always be transition difficulty, but we had in history, it was the biggest day in history, the markets.
Oh, yeah.
So we're very, very happy with the way the country's running. We're trying to get the world to treat us fairly. This is something that should have been done 25 years ago, and it wasn't. Should have been done 40 years ago, and it wasn't. But no president was willing to take it on, but you had to. It's not sustainable. It wasn't sustainable. And as you know, without a lot of money being added, which is a lot of money that we could add, the country is making approximately $2 billion a day.
Uh-huh.
And
I keep
when you
hearing
think
this.
of it, we've never done that before. Never come close to it. And the number is probably $3.5 billion a day.
Oh.
And that makes us a very strong country. But we have Scott here and Howard and some of the people that are working on deals, and the biggest problem they have is they don't have enough time in the day. Everybody wants to come and make a deal, and we're working with a lot of different countries, and it's all going to work out very well. I think it's going to work out really very well, but we're in good shape. There's no inflation. There's very little inflation, and I went 4 years without inflation, and I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China and others, taxes in China. But we took in hundreds of billions of dollars a year from China, and we had no inflation, essentially.
Yeah.
So we think we're in
All
very
right,
good
how much
shape.
of the
I think we're
opening
doing
of
very
the
well.
cabinet meeting is this?
Again, there'll be a transition
Are we almost
cost
done?
and transition problems, but in the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing. We're doing again what we should have done many years ago. We let it get out of control, and we allowed some countries to get very big and very rich at our expense, and can't let that happen. It's not a sustainable formula. So I wanted to just thank everybody at the table, and maybe I'll go around and ask some of you a little short couple of answers. Pete just got back from Panama, and he's been all over the place, and you want to give us a little report on that and whatever else you might have to say. Everyone at this table is doing an incredible job, by the way, I have to say. Incredible. And the relationships are, it's like they're friends. They're really, the relationships are very strong, really good, really strong. And these meetings are very good. And I think, I don't believe there's any other president that allowed the press to come into a meeting such as this.
Elon now anticipates savings of $150 billion from Doge. Isn't he out? What the fuck is he talking about? Also, look at how stupid he looks. Why is he wearing his hat like this? Why does he always look so stupid? The person who wrote this article also thinks he's stupid because they chose this picture. He looks like a fucking Ferris Bueller character. He looks like a joke.
These are very sacred meetings. These are very private meetings, but we have nothing to hide. And I think it's good. I think it's a good, we want to be, a word you like to use, Jeff, is transparent. So we want to be transparent, and we'll do that by starting with Pete. Go ahead, Pete.
Yes, Mr. President, we just got back from Panama last night.
Okay, look, we'll need to pace this out a little bit, man. We need to pace this out a little bit. Oh, okay, fuck. What order do we get to everything in? Okay, look, the basic gist of things right now is, and I'm sure some of you are like tired of hearing this or whatever. You're not going to get the satisfaction that you're looking for with a market crash. The problem is that the stock market responds to hype and expectation, not to reality. And right now, the stock market and the money that circulates through it is controlled largely by people who are in a cult, or people who think that they're like the smart guys who are in the cult, but they're like smarter than the other guys. Like they're just in it to get more than those other suckers who are in it, Like the midwit phenomena, right? Where there are all those like hyper racist Republicans who think they're better than the average of the MAGA crowd when they're not. They're just really insecure about the fact that their positions are identical to like the stupidest people that are in their political coalition. Since the market responds to hype, as opposed to, say, like, reality, and a lot of these people are immune to reality, you're not going to see a single big tank and everyone's like, oh my god, it's true, tariffs are bad or whatever. What you're going to see, probably for a long time to come, is a constant whiplashing up and down and up and down and up and down. Some of it's going to be done deliberately with like insider trading, right? Like a deliberate effort to buy the dip, a constant scheme of pump and dumps. Some of it is just going to be incidental, like a consequence of Trump genuinely being quite stupid. The overall line is going to trend downward. So regardless of like the moment-to-moment rise and fall that people are celebrating, the overall trend is going to continue to be downward, at least for a while, at least on average. But you're going to have to deal with them taking credit for every bump up and ignoring every bump down over and over and over and over and over again. But over time, like the broader trend here is negative, and they are losing money. Maybe not some of the people who are winning big off of these speculative investments, but there are people who are going to be losing, like the American taxpayer, people with 401ks, right? The economy broadly, foreign investors, they're going to be pulling their money out. And there are things that could happen that could lead to a real market crash, like a real one, due to incompetent governance. For example, as has been suggested, if Trump succeeds in getting rid of Jeremy Powell and puts a guy in at the Fed who sets the interest rates to zero, that would be pretty bad. Jerry! That'd be pretty bad. US defaulting on its debt. Like this yo-yoing is not going to help market stability. No, it's not. But these people don't want market stability. These people want to gamble. It's a big slot machine for them. I assume we all implode if the rates are set to zero. Well, if he replaces Powell and has a new guy put in there who does what Trump wants and sets the interest rate to zero, it would be essentially free to borrow money, which means that everyone would want to borrow money because they want to make money off the borrowed money and then return the loan that they took with no interest. And that's exactly the kind of environment that leads to, shenanigans. It also means the more existing assets you have, the more you can leverage them to borrow obscene amounts of money. It kind of gives you an advantage over the little guy. Yeah, the dollar's value is dropping relative to the euro. That is true. By quite a bit. We're down to $1 being worth 0.89 euros. Whereas just back fucking 2 weeks ago, it was worth 0.93. That's a pretty big swing. That's a significant... That's like, what would you put that? That's like a 5% loss in the value of the dollar relative to the euro in 2 weeks. Yeah, it was 0.97 over here. Hey, does he call Jeremy Powell Jeremy as a bit? I mean, I thought it'd be fun to say because it's you can pronounce it like that if you want to. It's not pronounced that way, but I wanted to. I'll keep doing it now. Now it's in my head. I'm gonna keep doing it. I don't give a shit. He's the only guy we talk about with a last name Powell. I could call him John Powell, Jerry Powell, Jimmy Powell. That's a good name, huh? Jimmy Powell? Jerome Powell? That's pretty good. Yeah, he's got a main character name. I can say whatever the fuck I want. Joseph Powell? Just an entire ensemble of family members lined up like members of the fucking Jotaro bloodline. They all have a fucking US dollar sign birthmark on the back of their neck. I'd watch that anime. I'd read one half of each volume of that manga and pretend I read the whole thing because I got bored around like 700 pages into the fourth fight. What was I talking about? About Jimmy Powell? Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Do they mention Powell here? No, not getting too alarmist in this article. We'll see. Powell being ousted would carry heavy economic consequences on its own. The majority of the money in the stock market is not held by crazy Trump cultists, but it is leveraged by people who want to take advantage of those crazy Trump cultists, right? That's how they make their money, you know? Not everyone's like fucking Warren Buffett or whatever. Like a lot of people, you know, they're trying to, yeah, they're not, these hoes ain't loyal. They're trying to follow the lines. And a lot of them are pretty good at it. Why should I care what happens to the stock market if I just want to watch it burn? You should you should watch it with statements like that because they are cringe. The stock market collapsing has serious negative ramifications for a lot of people. You know, we're not engaging in juvenile pseudo-anarchist misanthropy here, okay? That's child's play, all right? This is principled apocalyptic accelerationism, all right? You have to understand where we're coming from, okay? We shed a tear for every 401k that gets hurt by this. All right? Thought the lack of a stock market would be good. Well, there's a difference between a lack of a stock market and a bad stock market. Why would I care if the Twin Towers fell? I wasn't in them. Some chatter, probably. That was me before I went to New York, man. I was like 9/11, wouldn't have been me. Then I crossed the Brooklyn Bridge and I was like, damn, that's a beautiful skyline. I'd be like super traumatized if I saw one of those buildings come down. Or two of them. Or three of them, but they'll arrest you if you talk about that one. My favorite skyscraper, the Pentagon. I was talking about Building 7. Can you explain what a 401k is for us non-Americans? Why is it related to the stock market? So, in America, we have we don't want old people to die on the street, kind of. So we had to come up with ways of making sure they're taken care of. Now, it would be super gay if there was just like a regular government program that gave them money. That would be like mega gay, basically, and also communism. So we came up with a bunch of other ways, you know? We've got like your brokerage leverage retirement accounts, of course. You've got pensions, which no one gets anymore. No one gets a goddamn pension because nobody holds a stable job anymore. So that's not a thing, right? You've got Social Security, which everyone pays into, you know, except for the wealthy, basically. But then you have 401ks, you know, it's like a employer subsidized retirement plan. And the cool thing about a 401k is that it gets invested in the stock market. And the reason this happens, the nominal reason, is because it means that you get more money when you retire, because you pay into it and your employer pays into it, and that money sits in an account and it appreciates in value, assuming the economy is doing well. But the real reason they put it in a into the market is because they stabilize the market by doing so. Think about it. Imagine how unstable a stock market would be if every single guy running it was desperately trying to buy every dip. If every single motherfucker with money in there is trying to, like, follow every curve, you know, ride every wave, maximize every gain, it'd be insane all the time, constant swings. Yeah, it'd be like, yeah, cryptocurrency times 10. It would be insane all the time, you know? It'd be absolutely wild. So a 401k, you know, you get millions and millions of them invested in the market. It does a little bit to stabilize the market, because now you have money that's invested in a broader portfolio that is not touched at all. It keeps a baseline. It puts more money in the pool for the oligarchs to play around with. I hate living here, oh my god. Well, to be fair, we're not the only country that does that. So wait, the future of your life is dependent on capitalism working out well? Yeah, but that's the case for everyone. Like, everyone. Yeah, the VIX is such a bullshit indicator because it's supposed to measure volatility, but it goes down whenever the market does well. Like, why would it literally, like, the line going up in VIX is literally just the market's going down. That's it. That's the only thing that it measures. It doesn't measure volatility. The market spiking up is also volatility. Yeah, VIX is just stocks upside down, exactly. I mean, basically. Kind of just a fear metric. Yeah, but we already have that. The classic CNN Fear and Greed Index. Backup date. Only 8. 9! It just went up! We just saw Americans get slightly less afraid. This really makes it all look more like a joke than ever. Yeah, I mean, it's like crypto trading. It's the same thing, basically. It's crypto trading, except if things go poorly, your grandma dies of starvation. Dude, everyone is putting right now. Holy shit. Oh my god. Look at that. They do be putting over here. I assume this is the... What happened right around here? What's a put? I'm not a stocks guy. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of all the cool people who are watching and know more than me. Isn't a put option like... A put option is when you pay for the ability but not the obligation to sell a stock at a given price at a given point in time in the near future. and a call is the opposite, a buy a stock at the correct at a certain price at a certain point in time in the future. So usually a put, like when the puts are up, people want to make money off of it, so they want to sell stocks at a price that is higher than what it is. It's basic. It's just another way of gambling. It's just another form of gambling. A put is like short selling, but better. Yeah, it's much less risky than short selling. All right. Let's move a little bit past the Wheel of Samsara. Just so you know, the VIX is actually measured using the implied volatilities of the most traded S&P 500 options. So in practice, it literally is just an indicator of market sentiment of the equity market, just forward-looking. Yeah, just like, that's gay. Because I don't give a shit what people... Given what the market looks like right now, can anyone sincerely say they give a shit what the people in the market think the market will look like? I don't have a high opinion of these people, to be honest with you. I don't think they're very... It's not that they're not bright. It's just that, like, what do you expect when you set a system up for gambling like this, right? Like, you're not... The system is set up to encourage this kind of behavior. This is the point, right? Everything's functioning the way it's supposed to. Can we Europeans call you Ameripores now? No, we're still wealthier than you are. Like, by quite a bit. But don't worry. You'll catch up. This kind of behavior is unprecedented, though. I mean, we kind of saw this exact same market behavior back in 2008, 1987, and, you know, fucking 31 or whatever, right? 33, I don't know. Whatever the wackiest years of the Great Depression were in terms of stock trading. No, seriously, this level of sell-offs of bonds and commodities to keep the stock market afloat is really sus. Well, how many bonds are being sold? How do you track that? How the yield hasn't gone down that much for the 10-year. 10-year Treasury yield. Look at the yield going up. Sorry, yeah, going up, not going down. But it hasn't... Well, it's at 4.4 right now. I guess, yeah, it hasn't really, like, moved. It's been hovering at 4.4 for 3 days. Check since Sunday. $4.4 isn't enough to warrant the level of paranoia that some people... I think people were operating on the understanding that this was going to continue to go up. If it hovers here, that's interesting, but I don't know how much that means, really. The problem is that inflation is still going way up soon. It's pretty down right now. It's pretty down right now. Same with crypto and gold. I guess. How is it down? Inflation is down. There was a report that came out today. I don't know, man. Damn, look at how much people were buying into this shit. Right around here. Okay. I feel like all the news on this is blurring together in my head. Yeah, that's probably warranted. Here, wait, hold on. Let's reset our brains really quick by watching a talking head. Wake me up. Wake me up inside. Wake me up. Wake me up inside. Save me. Save me from the nothing I've become.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we begin this hour with President Trump set to meet with his cabinet as a key part of his second-term agenda hangs in the balance right now up on Capitol Hill. And after a week of...
Keep in mind, too much deflation is bad because it shows reduced consumer spending and confidence. Yeah, I'm a little bit more interested in the quarterly spending report than I am in inflation metrics at this point. Because, like, you would expect inflation to go down during a recession. A recession should, like, ideally, should correlate to low inflation. So I guess it's really just a matter of, like, how much you're having stagflation. Yeah, well, we're not having stagflation right now. When it doesn't, that's stagflation. Yeah, which is bad.
Tariff whiplash here in the United States as the president's trade war clearly intensifies.
And as we know, Wall Street doesn't like the uncertainty, right? Wednesday's green bounce after the tariffs were paused, that has turned into Thursday's red reality check. Let's go to CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent Jeff Zeleny at the White House.
I think Wall Street does like uncertainty, actually. I think they're fine with it, you know? They love the gambling. They love that shit.
House. And Jeff, you have reporting along with your White House colleagues about how this all came to be with the pause and this cabinet meeting today as well.
Good morning, Pamela. It certainly was an extraordinary turn of events yesterday, not even quite 24 hours ago, but we have learned that it certainly was the advice that the president was receiving from some members of his cabinet, including the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who will be in that room today when the cabinet is meeting. He was the one, of course, who was really sounding the alarm and telling the president how deep the bond markets were reacting to the president's sweeping tariff plan. So one thing that this whole situation has really shined a light on are the differing pieces of advice that the president was hearing from Scott Bessent, for example, the Treasury Secretary, versus his longtime trade advisor, Peter Navarro, who was urging the president not to make negotiations. A big question, though, heading into this cabinet meeting, is Elon Musk going to be in the room? We have not seen much of him in recent days, but he's been very active on social media. And his view on this sweeping tariff plan was that it was...
You see some of the shit Elon's been up to, apart from getting, like, harassed while playing Path of Exile and dying to a tutorial boss or whatever. Apart from that stuff, wasn't he, like, replying to an e-girl who was horny posting on social media? Yeah, this one. Are you currently playing? Oh, wait, no, this is from March 30th, or March 20th, sorry. This isn't super recent. Unca Freak? Oh, that's recent. Hey, baby, will you do some live stream tonight? And it's Captain America Pepe. And he's replying. He's doing reply guy shit. He's gonna... Do you think he's going to select her for, like, sex selective IVF? He's the oldest 14-year-old? Not to, like, completely infantilize him, because he is very, very evil. But I do genuinely wonder if he actually has, like, a serious learning disability. Like, not just autism or whatever, but I mean, like, sometimes you really have to wonder. I don't know. In a good society, he would have no money, and he would be attending regular classes, and he would be a very special boy in class, and he'd have, like, a nice hat.
Not good for the economy. So he was throwing stones, quite literally, at the top trade advisor. But the top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, talked about the cabinet meeting earlier like this.
USTR has informed us that there are maybe 15 countries now that have made explicit offers that we're studying and considering and, deciding whether they're good enough to present to the president. The Chief of Staff's office has asked all the principals that have, skin in the game to come and discuss what their views are about how this should go. And that's what the purpose of the meeting is.
So the offers that Kevin Hassett is talking about there are from allies like Japan, South Korea.
Is that typical, by the way? We're hearing out, keep in mind, the president is the head of the head of state. We're hearing out their trade offers and seeing if they're worthy of bringing to the president. Like, doesn't that... we talk a lot about how Trump isn't in charge here, but, that really does... Oh, no. Trump is too important to bother with this menial day-to-day gigantic trade deal with allied nation of ours based on policy he wrote into law. Why don't you talk to us and, we'll relay it to the president.
And others who have opened lines of communication trying to lower their tariff percentage with the president. So this is all coming as the trade war is very much still on with China. There is no question about that. But the U.S. is trying to circle our allies, if you will, Wolf, to have a united front against China.
And it's interesting, Jeff, Kevin Hassett is also pushing back on suggestions that President Trump actually manipulated the markets when he told people it was a, quote, good time to buy only hours before announcing the pause. Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of California.
That is obviously, objectively market manipulation, even if it's unintentional from Trump, because Trump himself is stupid and not in charge. It's obviously that.
California says he plans to write to the White House about it. How is the administration defending itself?
Well, if there is no question that timeline of a few hours between when the president sent that message, be cool, time to buy, versus about 1:18 yesterday afternoon East Coast time when the president sent out his message about a pause on this. What happened during that intervening time? Did anyone have a heads up at all? Kevin Hassett, again, the president's top economic advisor, told us a short time ago that there was no insider trading or any type of activities going on, but Democrats on Capitol Hill are not convinced of that. But Wolf, the reality is, since Republicans control Capitol Hill, there will not be any type of a committee investigation. However, this will be something, a moment in time, really those 4 hours in time yesterday that will be viewed in the coming days. But for now, at least, the trade war on against China, the cabinet meeting is underway shortly, Wolf.
All right, Jeff Zeleny at the White House for us. Jeff, thank you.
So let's check in now with CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich. She is.
Yeah, I guess we should probably take a look at the cabinet meeting, at least part of it. Jesus. All these great links we have open.
We were at the Panama Canal with their Southcom commander ships, F-18s, troops, and signed a couple of historic deals. One which is with the Panama Canal Authority, a framework for U.S. vessels, first and free through the Panama Canal. Right. And then also a memorandum of understanding with their security minister for the presence of U.S. troops. Fort Sherman is an old U.S. base there, as well as their naval station and air station, jointly with Panama to secure the Panama Canal from Chinese influence. That's something you said, we're taking back the canal. China's had too much influence. Obama and others let them creep in. We, along with Panama, are pushing them out, sir. And so we had a very successful trip there. President Molino, sends his regards. Very complimentary of the U.S.
Let me take a look. What were the details of this this joint effort to push out Chinese influence from Panama? So what was China doing, and what are they now doing? Just prior to the news conference, the U.S. and Panama signed a memorandum of understanding related to cooperative securities activities in the region, and that the signing of an additional declaration related to the security and operation of the Panama Canal would be forthcoming. Okay? That declaration would provide a framework for U.S. warships and auxiliary ships to travel, quote, first and free through the canal. Okay? Increased level of joint training exercise between the two countries. What? Increased level of joint training exercises between the United States of America and Panama, and improve overall interoperability between both nations' military forces by reestablishing rotational joint presence at a handful of previously operational U.S. military installations. Okay, so we're paying more money to put soldiers in defunct military bases in the area, including Rodman Naval Station at Howard Air Force Base. Gotcha, because we got to spend $1 trillion on the Pentagon, you know, on the annual military budget. Obviously, got to find a place to put those soldiers somewhere. And what does this entail? Why is this being done? Panamanian Public Forces. Panama is the second country in Latin America to abolish its standing army, with Panama retaining a small paramilitary security force. Well, I can't wait for our joint naval exercises. I'm sure they'll be really interesting, you know? We can, you know, run a carrier group through there while they do, like, you know, coordinated swimming or something. I don't okay. Yeah, a real power team. Us and them. Through our powers combined, we will finally push out the nefarious Chinese, the perfidious Chinese, who were doing what exactly? When asked whether the U.S. still recognizes Panama's sovereignty over the canal, Hegseth said that protecting Panamanian sovereignty from aligned influences in the region is essential. Okay. This is the biggest nothing burger I've ever seen, man. Are you fucking kidding me? Presently, there are 2 U.S. Navy guided missile cruisers, 1 U.S. Coast Guard cutter, 4 F-18 fighter jets, and over 1,000 U.S. service members, including a U.S. Marine Corps infantry company training and exercising with the Panamanians. Okay, so it seems like what we're trying to do here, we're trying to do, like, basic Cold War... What am I saying? I can't talk. My career is over. I'm shutting the channel down. I'm hitting stop streaming on OBS. I'm going to not hit stop streaming on OBS. I'm pulling it together. I'm coming back at it even harder this time. It seems like we're doing a basic Cold War fake alliance against the nefarious East type deal here, where we're pretending that we're securing their autonomy and our diplomatic relations, when in reality we're just funding a military base or 2 on their property. We did this with Panama before. It's not new. It's just like China wasn't doing anything. They weren't doing anything. It's just an excuse to flex a little bit, but we're not doing anything. And Panama asks, Trump, will you really protect us from the Chinese? Trump looked at them and said, my friend, Panamanians, along with Americans, make up 5% of the world's population and 17% of the world's GDP. Nothing can stop us. In addition to partnering to secure the Panama Canal, Hegseth said the 2 countries are also working in tandem to counter violent cartels, criminal enterprises. Of course, as well as securing their respective countries' borders. I'm sure. Okay, big nothing burger, nice.
U.S. He's a great ally, and I think they want the communist Chinese out. And with our troops there partnering with their forces, we've got a chance to push them all the way out, sir.
We've moved a lot of troops to Panama and filled up some areas that we used to have, and we didn't have any longer, but we have them now.
America first.
And I think it's in very good control.
But also...
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Pete. Very good. Howard?
So, so we've have so many countries to talk to. It is, it's incredible. I think Scott and I, I'm not sure we could ever have enough time in the day to talk to all these countries because they want to talk and they want to talk now.
This is a great camera angle.
And they have come with offers that they never, ever.
This is about as much as I ever want to see of Howard Lutnick, to be fair. So I feel like this is me and the Fox Business cameraman kind of seeing eye to eye. Are these meetings mostly a formality? Actually, I would say that Trump's cabinet meetings are more informative than the ones you typically get because they do all of theirs in public because Trump likes being on TV. Usually cabinet meetings are not this transparent because matters of national security are discussed, but this administration doesn't care about national security or truth or anything really, so we're just making a show out of it. There's more to watch, basically.
Would have come with, but for the moves that the president has made, demanding that people treat the United States with respect. We're getting the respect we deserve now, and I think you're going to see historic deals, one after the other. And then I'm very excited that within a week and a half, we're going to start with the gold card, and the Trump card is coming out, and we're very excited about that, and that's coming soon. So very excited.
Good. Thank you very much. Good job. Linda?
Well, on a couple of fronts, we have been addressing the issue of anti-Semitism on.
Oh, I'm sure. The gold card thing, by the way, there's no law that allows the president to do that. Like, there's literally no legal framework for if you buy a $5 million gold card from the president, you get to be a green card holder, basically. You get to be a permanent legal resident. We're so far past the rule of law, man.
Campuses. There's been some grant funding and contract funding that we've reviewed, and some canceled and some we've put on hold, waiting for that while we do an investigation. On the other side of what my responsibilities are in having education go back to the states, we're meeting and talking with governors. I was with, this week, all 50 commissioners of education around the country, and because we also want to provide them with tools and best practices as education does move back to the states. Making great progress, great response from the states, and very positive.
And what about colleges? You're holding back $400 million from Columbia.
From Columbia.
$8 billion from Harvard. Can you imagine the money we pay Harvard? They have a $60 billion fund, and we're giving them $8 billion, and we're trying to figure that out. And then they hire de Blasio, the worst mayor in the history of New York, and they hired the woman from Chicago who was a disaster, total disaster, and they pay them massive salaries, and they're supposed to be teaching you government. That's not Harvard. That's not Harvard the way it used to be. So, do you have anything to say about that? The dollars you're holding back from?
He fucking hates Columbia and Harvard. What did he go to again? I don't actually know. It's just he takes any opportunity he can get, especially Columbia. He hates Columbia. Penn State?
Quite a few universities that were not behaving.
I thought Columbia totally capitulated. It did. That's the funny thing. Columbia was literally like, we will execute students for being pro-Palestinian. Anyone wearing green and red at the same time, we'll just kill them. We'll just kill them right there. We won't even ask what it is. We won't even ask why. Please don't take our funding away. And they took their funding away anyway. It's pretty funny, to be honest. Literally, like, Columbia kowtowed so hard. I mean, with the EB-5, you could already buy citizenship for $1 million. Yeah, that's the funny thing. The gold card is completely redundant. Like, Trump doesn't, I don't know if he doesn't know or he expects other people not to know or whatever. The gold card thing is probably just a way of, like, paying money directly to him in another open bit of corruption. Like, the money's probably not going to go to the government, right? It's probably going to go to, like, him or a trust or a fund or something set up in his name or associated with him in some way. But if you have $5 million that you can spend, you can already just become a legal resident in America. Or what are you, stupid? Do you think America is going to be turning away people that wealthy? If you're wealthy, you can go to any country you want. Basically, every country has a way to become a resident if you are wealthy enough. It can be like you have to invest this much in a local business. You have to indicate you're capable of securing your income to this amount. Like, it depends on the country. And for America, it's pretty tough. We have a high standard because a lot of people want to come here and we're a pretty wealthy country. But if you have fuck you money that you can spend $5 million in cash on a permanent citizenship, there are cheaper ways of doing the exact same thing. Legal ways that'll survive after this administration is over.
Yeah, and the other, there's some Princeton, Cornell, others that are coming in, and actually getting calls now from the presidents of the universities who really do want to come in and sit down and have discussions. And so we're investigating them, but in the meantime, we're holding back the grant and the fund money.
Okay, great job. Thank you.
Wait, what is this? Secretary of Education Linda. Wait, what? Why is this muted?
That I heard this morning. I think it was a letter or a report that I heard this morning. I wish I could remember the source, but that there is a school system that's going to start making sure that first graders or even pre-Ks have A1 teaching, every year starting, that far down in the grades. And that's a wonderful thing. Kids are sponges. They just absorb everything.
They just absorb all the A1 steak sauce.
And so wasn't all that long ago that we're going to have internet in our schools. Woo! Now, okay, let's see A1 and how.
She's 70. What do you expect? No, that's a pretty big deal, man. It's like none of these people take their jobs seriously. They're all like, well, my real job is making money off of speculative investment or whatever. I'm not going to actually learn about anything. I don't know, man. Yeah, she's not like a rando 70-year-old. Though she's not 70 here, right? This is clearly an older video, right? Wait, is it not?
How can that be helpful? How can it be helpful in one-on-one instruction? How can it be helpful in absorbing, more information for those fast learners? It can be more one-on-one, direct.
It can't be that old, because otherwise she wouldn't be saying something like they're going to be taught with AI. That's like a past 3 or 4 years type thing, basically. Well, whatever.
Very thankful for the House voting for the president's budget.
That looks mid-2000s. I think they're just shooting it on an old camera. I think this might be a recent video. I mean, this was posted yesterday. And she's talking about education, and she's currently the Secretary of Education. So, like,
resolution along with the Senate bill made a ton of progress this week in working with members to ensure that a desire for flexibility in the Senate was not misconstrued as a desire not to slow and do spending reforms. And so we're very thankful for that. And now we can get after writing that bill, getting the president as big a package of his agenda to his desk. So very good week.
Good. We just got the House vote, and now we're well on our way to getting, as we call it, the great big beautiful bill. It's a beauty. There's never been a bill like this one. We're trying to get
okay, yeah, apparently that interview was from literally the other day. This article is from April 10th. While speaking at the ASU GSV Summit on Tuesday, Linda McMahon, I never know how to pronounce that, outlined big plans for A1 in classrooms. Do you have any idea how, like, contemptuous you must be of the work you have to do to have this job, to be making mistakes like this? Like, it is death of society shit. Yeah, it really is. Genuinely. This is, I don't know. This is like the modern equivalent of people thinking that, like, narwhal horns were from unicorns or something. I don't know. Yeah, we have a new vizier whose job it is to oversee the crops. New vizier, what's your opinion on crop rotations? And he's like, I don't know why you have to spin the seeds before planting them, but we do it. We've been planting turnips every season. We give them all a little spin before we plant them. And so far things are okay, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. It's the end of days. Just turn the beans over, idiot. Unicorns are real. Have you been on Tumblr? I've been on Grindr. How do you not know what AI is in 2025? She's 100 years old. No, stop saying that like that's an excuse. Stop that. Don't buy into that. She's perfectly, it's her job. She's in charge of the Department of Education. Everyone's talking about AI. It's been a huge topic for years. Yeah, and she's the one who chose to bring it up.
It all into one beautiful bill. It's tax cuts, regulation cuts, and many other things. The border, a lot of money for the border. Well, you're doing a fantastic job.
What are you expecting? Do you know how willfully ignorant you would need to be of a subject you're choosing to talk about in a public forum to make the A1 AI mistake? You're not like one level removed from understanding. You're so many levels removed. You're so removed, it indicates that you have never had a conversation about it out loud to anyone at any point who has ever corrected you. You've never talked to an aide. You've never talked to anyone in your department. You've never talked, nobody at any point has corrected you on this ever. You're so removed from being right that you've not even like come into glancing contact with this massive topic that everyone, including people her age and in her own administration, have been talking about consistently. Has she never seen, I don't know, Elon or Trump talk about it? It's a level of removal, like literally, she shows up because she's supposed to show up, and she presses some buttons and signs some documents to like defund schools or whatever, and then she goes back to drinking wine and watching her portfolio swell. It's just such a contemptuous, like, you don't give a fuck. It's not just being wrong. It's like, you're so obviously checked out, you know? And you're shocked or something. You're not smarter than me for being cynical when I'm trying to explain something.
So, but we just got a report that we, as you know, you knew before us. Were you surprised we got the vote? Got the vote. And we're happy to get the vote. So I think we're going to be in very good shape. Okay, please.
Mr. President, last year, the Chinese received 1,700 orders for new ships. American shipyards received 5. Under your leadership, like so many other industries, we are going to revitalize and make shipbuilding and maritime great again with these blue-collar jobs. These are the cranes, the ports, opportunity zones, and drive that investment back in. And we have, under that executive order, and also one to streamline foreign military sales for people that want to buy our equipment, and of course acquisition reform, all just this week under your leadership, Mr. President.
So we're going to be rebuilding our shipbuilding business.
0% chance of this happening, by the way. The cost of the cost of restarting our domestic like shipbuilding would be so great, and it would require so many down the road decisions. It would require such a commitment. They're not going to do it. It's just not, it's not doable. Mind you, this is actually a kind of domestic manufacturing I think should be brought back. We already build ships domestically? Yeah. Fuck, the first thing that came to my mind was Sherlock Moriarty, but that's England and also a 10-year-old reference. You can't say Kate Vi because that's canon. That's not shipping. Fuck. Walter Jesse Pinkman. And yes, it's problematic. Not that that stops you, motherfuckers.
May order would have to go to Congress for this, but we may buy some ships from other countries that we're close to and that do great jobs with ships. But we're going to start the process of rebuilding. We don't really essentially build ships anymore, which is ridiculous. It's going to be a very big business for us in the not too distant future. But in the meantime, we have countries that do very well at building ships, and we'll be dealing with those countries, and we may be ordering top-of-the-line ships from those countries. And within a fairly short period of time, we'll be building our own ships. So we'll probably have to
Just not going to happen. Obviously not going to happen.
Go to Congress for that, but we're not going to have a problem. Susie, thank you very much.
By the way, I'm a huge believer in like investing in maritime trade, like a massive believer. It is by far like thermodynamically the most efficient way of getting shit around the world. I think it would be phenomenal broadly if we built that network out, because like same day airline shipping or whatever, that shit's crazy bad for the environment. You know, like I a robust and modern, you know, shipbuilding, docks, all that. Like I'm fully for it. You know, there are huge inefficiencies in the way that the ways that our docks operate. Like I've talked about this a little bit before, but like there were some obvious inefficiencies that a real industrialist type of guy could fix up, but that's not going to happen. You know, that's not going to happen at all. It takes so fucking long to get everything loaded up onto trains. We don't have trains. That's another big issue. What do you do after you unload all the shipping containers at a dock? You get the trucks in. Fuck trucks. They're for cucks. We need the trains.
The job you've done. Go ahead, please.
I just wanted to make sure you know that this cabinet, I think, pretty uniquely collaborates and cooperates and works together to accomplish all that you've asked them to do, and I think they deserve a lot of credit for that.
It's true. You're doing a great job. The chief of staff, doing a great job. Lee, go ahead.
Mr. President, the Biden EPA was strangulating the economy. The Trump EPA understands it's not a binary choice. We can protect the environment.
Stop riding trucks with the cucks and start building trains for the gains. That's facts. And you're brave to say it.
And grow the economy. Working with Doge and Elon Musk, we've now canceled $22 billion worth of grants. And we have launched what is the largest deregulatory action in the history of the country. Just in one agency. That's how much of a mess the Biden EPA left us. It is going to end up reducing the cost of living. It's going to create jobs. It's going to make it easier to purchase a car. It will be easier to heat your home. We're proud of this effort. The effort that we have is fulfilling the mandate that you earned from the American public. Clean air, land, and water for all Americans, unleashing energy dominance, permitting reform, advancing cooperative federalism, making America the AI capital of the world, and bringing back American auto jobs.
I think another benefit of these cabinet meetings being public is that it basically obligates all members of the cabinet to suck Trump's dick. Like, we're basically going on the room and every member of the Politburo is being given the opportunity to venerate dear leader. So it's like, if these meetings were held in private, I feel like the tone might not be the same. They suck his dick behind the camera too. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like they probably treat both him and Elon like elderly people off camera. Like, you know, that's nice, Trump, come along here. You know, like, oh, wow, that's interesting. Take a look at this. You know, I feel like they get led around.
When you called me that day asking for me to take this position, I was honored. And you were very specific and clear in what you wanted us to accomplish. We understand our mission, and at the Trump EPA, we're going to make you proud.
Great job. You're doing a great job, and you have a lot of applications for...
Like, not to, you know, not to belabor the point or anything, but the fact that the concluding line there, we're going to make you proud, and not like, I don't know, we're going to serve and benefit the American people. I know. It gets tiring hearing it over and over, but like, man, It's just kind of crazy how there's not even like a pretense anymore. Nobody talks about the Constitution. Nobody talks about serving the American people. They're just bouncing and moaning on it.
Approvals for power plants, which are going to really power the regular plants, and they're going to be right next to each other, because we can't rely on our grid. It's old and it's tired, and it's very subject to being attacked, whether by rain or by bombs or by anything else. And we're letting people build their own power plants, and these are a lot of them being built with the AI and beyond the AI chips, and we're letting them build their own power, and never been done before, and we're going to get it done quickly and approved quickly. As part of a plant, they'll have a sort of be their own power company, and it's very exciting.
That's terrifying. I look forward to the OpenAI power plant imploding on day 4 or whatever, because they told them they need to like supercharge that shit. We need you to take the gigantic like breaker switch and flip that shit to the mega forward position, because people are using ChatGPT to create too many fake Ghibli images to cheapen and ruin the aesthetic of a beloved property that we all care about, you know? Life is too good for too many people. We need to take an aesthetic that people associate with their warm childhood memories and make it the ubiquitous aesthetic of modern fascism with no soul or thought behind it. So crank that switch.
They couldn't believe it when I told them that. I said, we're going to get you the approvals very fast as part of your regular plant. You're going to build electric producing plants, and it's very exciting. And they're able to do it very quickly and very well. And you made it possible. Thank you. You have a lot of applications for some of the biggest plants that have ever been built in the world. These are serious plants, aren't they? Huh?
Approved. We are open for business. Working with Secretary.
Did you guys see that post from the Department of Energy? The Department of Energy is basically just like meme posting on Twitter, because every agency is has their social media being run by a groyper. How it feels to reinvigorate America's beautiful clean coal industry. I have to phrase this carefully, because we live in a fucked up society where comedy is illegal. However, ever unironically using the term clean coal should have you put in a show trial. Like, there should be, like, the fact that this is allowed to exist as a concept. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. They just took the word coal and then they put clean in front of it. Trump used the term clean gas the other day. That's cool, man.
Burgum, Secretary Wright, we are going to make you proud.
Good.
Dress better without trying harder. Is it possible?
This isn't a video to convince skinny pants. Oh, we were wearing skinny jeans forever. Nice pair of white canvas shoes suggests that you're having a good summer no matter what month it is.
That's true. I agree. I agree with that. Are these the Buck Mason X Moonstar collab? What? Who made these?
Canvas shoes look good most of the time. Chucks, Sperry's,
Sperry's. Okay, no. Hell yeah, man. Editor's gonna kill you, bro? Fuck, you're right. Fuck.
Sean?
First off, Mr. President, it's Brooke's birthday today, so he's giving you happy birthday to Brooke.
Thank you.
I want to thank you as well for the shipbuilding at EO. Again, to build ships, you also need mariners to sail those ships. I was just up at Kings Point for the Merchant Marine Academy a couple days ago, and we have some of the greatest young men and women who are learning how to be mechanical engineers to rebuild and fix the engines on those ships, but also how to sail ships. I would tell you that over the past decades, this academy has become, it needs some love. it's been a little bit dilapidated. We have to invest in sailors, and I appreciate you taking the initiative. To be a global power, we have to build ships and have sailors to sail those ships. These are the very people that help Pete should we come into points of crisis to support the military. So thank you for that. Number two, the last administration announced 3,200 projects, big, beautiful roads and bridges. Most of them are good. But they announced them, they didn't sign a grant agreement. 3,200, so the money doesn't go out the door to build the infrastructure in the country. And it's fun to do an announcement. It's actually the harder work to put together these grant agreements. So we're doing the work right now at DOT to get these grant agreements done and build the projects. Most of them are good. And they also put in all of this.
Didn't the person they chose for the Department of Transportation, isn't this guy actually pretty good? Like, this was the one Trump cabinet secretary whose record we looked at, and he's like a weird urbanist YIMBY Republican? Or am I thinking of a different... No? Am I thinking of somebody else? I thought Rubio was the least objectionable one. No, Rubio is incredibly evil. DOT secretary. I swear to God, we did a bit on this guy. Sean Duffy? Wait, is this the guy? Sean Duffy, former reality television personality. No. Okay, no. I don't know what I'm remembering then. I swear to God, I remembered, Wait, hold on a second. Duffy started log rolling at age 5 and speed climbing at age 13. He holds 2 speed climbing titles. Huh. That's just shit Mulan be doing. All right. Well, now I'm listening. It was Doug Burgum? Doug Burgum is who I was thinking of. Oh, he runs the Department of the Interior. Okay, he runs the Department of the Interior, not Department of Transportation. My apologies. Yeah, Doug Burgum is like a weirdly pro urban development Republican, if I remember correctly. No, Doug Burgum is dumb as shit. Is he? Then who am I thinking of? You know what? It doesn't even matter.
Green and social justice requirements on roads and bridges. We're pulling all that out and putting the money toward the infrastructure, not the social movement from the last administration.
Good steel, right, as opposed to green paper mache.
That was great.
Okay, thanks. Great job.
Sir, first, we are, I would say, more than friends. We've all become family. And I think that what you have assembled in your vision.
Dude, at least the like fucking the Politburo secretaries would have like a mote of dignity to the way they gluck on that dear leader, okay? At least there would be like an artifice. This is like a fucking this isn't even like a boardroom meeting. This is like a team spirit meeting being held in the break room. Are you fucking kidding me? We're not coworkers, we're like a big family here. What is this? Dollar Tree? Jesus Christ.
Is a turning point and an inflection point in American history. And so just being a part of that is the greatest honor. So thank you for that. And again, just the relationships here and the honor and respect we have for each other is a reflection of you and your leadership. So I just wanted to say that first. The second thing I want to say is that on behalf of the farmers and ranchers, food security is national security. We have to be able to feed ourselves. And your idea of using tariffs along with deregulation and tax cuts, but your idea of using tariffs to ensure that we are putting forward and putting America first. No one understands that better than our farmers and our ranchers.
Yep. No one is Kowalski here to like hold the seppuku knife up to his stomach at this one. No one loves tariffs more than our farmers. That's true.
But having said that, emerging from 4 years of Biden with a 30% increase in inputs for our farmers and ranchers, with an almost $50 billion trade deficit. When we left the first time, it was zero, meaning that they are hurting. So the period of uncertainty we're in, they know that your vision will move us into an age of prosperity for all Americans, but for my people, for the farmers and ranchers, unlike any they have seen before. And I think they are really, really excited and so grateful for your leadership. But also, you have never failed to say that you have the backs of our farmers and our ranchers. It was the first phone call that I had after I was voted with the Senate.
Oh my God.
And that message just resonates with an almost an 85% support of you in the last election. They're with you. Interestingly, the biggest budget driver at the United States Department of Agriculture is not farming and ranching or agriculture, it's food stamps. And so as we emerge and embark, Secretary Kennedy and I, on your vision of making America healthy again, a massive part of that is realigning and reworking our food stamp program so that it better serves those who need it.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, to the point of getting the transgender,
dude, he's bored.
DEI, Green New Deal out of the USDA and
oh yeah, oh my God, man, it's like it's how do you parody this? How the fuck do you parody this?
It better serves those who need it. And yeah, to the point of getting the transgender, DEI, Green New Deal out of the USDA and
get his attention
really
back.
Important. So thank you.
He's like, yeah, okay, even I'm getting tired of this. She would not shut the fuck up, and she had nothing to say. Jesus Christ. When the bitch keeps sucking after you've come 3 times or something, I don't know. Please. Get off. I have to file my taxes. Please. You're doing the math on the Schedule C self-employment, like what percentage of the self-employment tax you're writing up. Please get the fuck off me. Come on. She's chewing on it.
100% that, would you say?
99.9, sir. I'm going to get that last point.
Get the rest of it.
But thank you, sir.
We've got a much different military, I will tell you. Thanks very much. Good job. And eggs are down.
Eggs are
big,
down.
right?
Yes,
big.
Yes, sir. Wholesale prices. Retail will come. Easter is the Super Bowl for eggs. So, you know, there may be a little fluctuation, but no, we feel really good about it. Thank you.
That's what I hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. I'd echo what Howard said on the trade queue, that we've got over 75 countries that want to come in, so it'll be Treasury, Commerce.
Egg prices are at a record high right now, in case... Like, I know they keep saying egg prices are down, and every time they've said it, they're lying. Egg prices have continued to go up, even though bird flu has slowed down. Bird flu has slowed down because, in spite of RFK Jr.'s, best efforts or whatever, U.S. farmers have been pretty aggressive in culling flocks that were infected. Might come back up.
Jameson at USTR, and we're putting a process in place. And
how do you know it's slowed down? Haven't culled a flock in a while.
As you said, you're going to be part of the negotiations too, because I've had these countries call me up and the Secretary Bessem, we're happy you're going to be negotiating. Said, well, President Trump's going to be involved too. So bring your best deal on the budget. It's moving quickly in the House and the Senate, thanks to your leadership. We're also going to have debt ceiling in there, so we're going to...
Oh yeah, by the way, we'll talk about it more extensively. But Mike Johnson, credit where credit's due. That fucking freak, that porn addict, son, weird incest thing he has going on, freak, is a really, really good House Majority Leader. They passed the budget, guys. They passed the budget through the House. Goes back to the Senate now, but it doesn't have to go through the filibuster. So Republicans are going to have the run of the place. They have, yeah. Yeah, the big disparity now is that the House wants much, much, much more severe cuts than the Senate does. But they got it through. With only, what, 2 dissenters in the House? Senate Republicans seem way more reasonable, not going to lie. I think, relatively speaking, yeah, it's a more prestigious position, and a lot of those senators have been there longer, so there's less, like, you know... I think the more susceptible you are to public influence, the more likely you as a Republican politician are to be a freak. If you're in the House, you're running for re-election every 2 years, which means you have to be constantly caught up in the oorah, 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 you know? Always, always, like, here's how I'm going to, you know, make fucking Trump's mission, you know, I'm gonna support him, God wills it, etc., etc. The Senate gets to chill out a little when it comes to campaigning, so maybe they're a bit less crazy, but still pretty crazy.
To get an increase in the debt ceiling, so, and that will be the done and dusted for
Part of the bill that we just got to vote on today. So.
part of the bill. It'll be done and dusted for 2 years. We won't have to worry about that. And then I gave a speech yesterday to 1,400 small and community bankers, and they were so happy to hear from your administration. And I told them Wall Street's done great for the past 4 years, 10 years, 20 years. It can continue doing great, but it's Main Street's turn now, and it's those small bankers through deregulation, through emphasis on Main Street, your Main Street agenda, bringing back jobs, that is going to power the smaller communities. And then finally, the bond auction went very well yesterday. We had a lot of foreigners show up as the support, showing that the U.S. is still the best place to invest. The inflation report, as you said, was quite good. And
the bond auction did go well, but weirdly, the yields are still relatively high considering the market. I'm going to be honest, I've been hearing a lot of, like, conflicting reports on what we should be thinking about when it comes to the Treasury yield. You know, I've heard conflicting reports. I don't really know. I mean, take a look at this. Look at this. From the Wall Street Journal. After a strong 30-year bond auction, 10-year was a little bit ago, the yield drops, which makes sense, people just bought in, but then it climbed up to past where it was at the beginning of the day anyway. So, like, the title is Treasury Yields Fall, but that title was clearly written before all of the rising. I don't know. Vosh, you wore that same suit the day after yesterday? What? Listen, if I had another good suit to wear, I would. Unfortunately, my favorite suit makers are based in Hong Kong. At this point, it would be cheaper for me to fly to Hong Kong and get measured in person. The day after yesterday? No, I know. I just wanted to talk about the suit. Why so fancy lately? Because I'm a stockbroker. Though, I don't think stockbrokers typically wear... Well, the real problem with what I'm wearing right now is the fact that I'm wearing a tweed suit jacket, or sport jacket. It's quite warm. It's quite warm to be wearing a tweed suit jacket. I'm not going to be able to keep doing this bit for much longer. When the temp outside is like 70 degrees, I am not wearing tweed. This is a warm jacket. But it's what I've got. Take it off, the shirt is nice. Honestly, I'm kind of tempted to. You know what? Here, hold on. One cuff, and then two cuff, and then a final shorter cuff. 1 cuff. 2 cuff. And a final. Now I look like an accountant. The tie is so pretty. You know, this is literally the first tie I ever owned. My parents got it for me for my middle school graduation or something like that, I think. And, you know, when I graduated middle school, I was still 6'2", so they could get me a full-size tie. So I've just had it ever since. Is the yield being up good or bad? So my understanding of this, and again, this is information I only recently acquired, so my information on this is a bit shaky, right? But basically, the government holds auctions to sell bonds so that it can raise money. It needs to raise that money to pay off people who already hold debt in the U.S. government. Basically, we're selling debt. We invite people to come over and buy 5, 10, 30-year bonds, you know? This is considered a safe investment, assuming the government holds together and stays, you know, solvent. The problem is that the way this is structured is that the yield, which is the expected return, goes up the more or the less demand there is. So the more demand there is, the more people buy it, the yield goes down. So when people buy into bonds, you expect the yield to go down, the return goes down. When people don't buy bonds, the yield goes up as a way of incentivizing people to buy the bonds. So the higher yield here would suggest that there's a low demand for buying the bonds, but also the auction did well. And also, usually there's an inverse relationship between how well the stock market is doing and how much people are buying into bonds. If the stock market is doing well, people invest there. If it's doing poorly, people take their money out of the stock market and they move it into bonds. They move it into the treasury, which is considered a safer investment. Less volatile. So if the stock market is trending downward and the auction is doing well, why is the yield going up? Exactly, but people are moving the money out of America. Well, that's what people are suggesting. People are suggesting that foreign governments or hedge funds are doing big sell-offs of the debt they hold in the U.S. People are losing faith in the stability of the government, and for that reason, they are removing money from the system altogether. The money is being moved out of the market and out of the treasury. Didn't it come out that Japan dumped a bunch of treasury bonds? Has that been confirmed? I don't think that's been confirmed. They denied it the other day. Japan rules out using U.S. Treasury holdings to counter Trump tariffs. Well.
And energy prices are down more than 20% since January 20th.
Amazing.
Great. Good numbers.
Great number.
Thank you. Pam?
President, we've had some great wins in the last few days that, you were overwhelmingly elected by the biggest majority.
Yep.
The U.S. Americans want you to be president because of your agenda.
Yep.
And the courts are ruling that you have the authority to determine how the money of this country will be spent. That's what the American citizens wanted, and that's what they're getting.
It's not what the Constitution says. It is what the Supreme Court said, kind of.
An example of that Friday was the Department of Education, that you can determine how the money will be spent. No more DEI. And that impacts every agency across the board. On the civil side again, NLRB. We had a big win in the Supreme Court.
Does Trump himself not find this weird? People have been talking to Trump like this for his entire life. His entire life, this is how people have talked to him.
There. OPM, a big win there, but also 16,000 workers there. But also on the criminal side, the Alien Enemies Act, we are winning there. And you know, your directive to me was to keep America safe, and that's what we're doing. Whether it's the alien enemies, all of these gangs, and they are enemies of our country. They are terrorists, they are organized crime, they have come here, they are extremely organized, they are spread throughout our country, and they are creating...
They're an infinitely powerful network that for some reason we can't, like, find out anything about, and the people we arrest have no criminal records, and we even admit for some of them that it's a mistake for us to have removed them. It's an infinitely powerful network, so powerful that it effectively operates as a de facto state, which is why we declared the Alien Enemies Act. We invoked it against them. But also we have literally no... Like, when was the last time you guys heard of a Tren de Aragua leader or cell being found? Not like heard of it from Republican media, because they say that every day. I mean in, like, reality. It's never happened. Isn't part of the fascist playbook to describe the enemy as is simultaneously weak and strong at the same time? Yes, yes. And this is like 101 for that. You need a constant state of emergency to justify the revocation of your civil rights.
Terror, and no more under your directive. And that has stopped. Yesterday in South Florida, we charged the 11 defendants with $500 million of pure cocaine coming into our country to kill our kids. They were caught. They will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. These gang members are going back to where they came, or they're going to an El Salvador prison at your directive. And, you know, you also gave us a directive to prosecute the people who are going after Tesla to the fullest extent of the law, some of the greatest police work I've seen. We've made 4 arrests. There will be no negotiations at your directive. They're all looking at 20 years in prison, and within the next 24 hours, you're going to be seeing another huge arrest on a Tesla dealership, President, and that person will be looking at least 20 years in prison with no negotiations.
What does that mean, negotiations? What does she mean by that? No trial? I think she means that they won't be accepting a plea bargain? Yeah, no plea deal. But it'll still go to trial, so it'll take years.
That's great.
That's great.
That will stop it cold.
Domestic terrorism.
Thanks.
That's true. Domestic terrorism.
Thank you very much. Laura, please.
Mr. President, accountability matters. That's what we're recognizing. With our partners at the Department of Labor for Government Efficiency, just a few weeks ago, we realized there's about $4.4 billion in COVID funds that were not used, that the state coffers were just holding on to. Out of that, we've returned $1.4 billion back to the state treasury, so essentially to the American people, and we'll go back and claw the rest of those billions of dollars back. And on the heels of that, late last night, we're understanding unemployment insurance fraud. That trust needs to be whole for the American people. When we need it for who deserves it. That's not what we're seeing in the numbers that we saw last night, again, exposed by our partners at DOGE at the Department of Labor. Since 2020, over $400 million of payments have gone out already. And when you hear these numbers, apparently in the United States, we have over almost 25,000 people who are over 115 years old who are collecting $59 million that we have sent out to people. Talk about fraudulent behavior. Mr. President,
talk about fraudulent behavior.
Between 1 and 5 years old have collected fraudulent payments at the tune of $254 million has gone out. And lastly, 10,000 people who have not been born yet, 15 years into the future, $69 million, and they haven't even been born yet. In one case...
I think they should cut all of these payments all at once. just so we can see what happens. I'm saying that I'm not going to get Social Security for quite a long time, so I think now is the right time to be doing stuff like this when it doesn't affect me. I think they should do that and just see how it goes. I don't know. Why not? Come on. Don't you want to see what would happen?
They will be born 129 years from now. The United States government sent them $41,000, and they're not born yet. So, under the Department of Labor, those are the things that we're uncovering. I couldn't be more honored to tell the American people that we're bringing back their dollars and we're saving them and returning them to the United States Treasury. Also, jobs numbers. Last Friday, 228,000 new jobs were reported. That is good for the American people. That is my primary job, is to grow that workforce under your leadership. So we've kicked off the America at Work tour, and we'll be visiting all 50 states, and I'll be working with my colleagues here to do just that. So thank you, Mr. President. We're going to grow this economy. We're going to keep our focus on the American worker.
So you're finding tremendous fraud, though. Those numbers are really bad when you
Unheard of.
over 115 years old. And I think you had mentioned the oldest person in our country is 114 years old.
Recorded.
That's pretty good.
A woman living in Pennsylvania, but apparently there's 24,000 more of them that are 115 or older that we're
I hope you hear that. So we have 24,000 older than the oldest person.
Definitely did.
Can you play? Oh, there he is. Ah, so he is here. I recognize that voice. I would recognize that distinct lack of charisma anywhere. Can you play something else, please, Jesus fucking Christ? No, I think it's important that all of us like fully grasp and reconcile with how fucked we all are, you know? Look at this.
That's terrible. And what are we doing about that? How do we get that money back?
Yeah, so we're working with our IGs to do that further investigation. The House and Senate, we had a 5-year statute of limitations. We've got an extension on that, another 5 years. And so the goal, in my opinion, we should never have a statute of limitations to return the American dollars back to the Treasury when there's fraud. But at this point, we will continue to work hard and double down and return those dollars to the Treasury.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Christy?
Oh, Mr. President.
You can tell Elon's having less and less say in this administration. It is really funny how all it took was the inability to secure the Wisconsin Supreme Court seat. Totally failed to. He was a liability for them. Because no one in this cabinet likes Elon, except maybe Trump. I don't know. Maybe not. It's hard to say. Generally, people don't like him. So as soon as he fucked up in Wisconsin, they all had an excuse to turn against him.
Thank you for your leadership at the border. For the second month in a row, you have broken the record in the history of the nation for the lowest number of encounters at the border, which is absolutely remarkable. You have said that America's laws matter and that they'll be enforced, and we're hard at work now to get people to go back home that are here illegally. So the Alien Registration Act has been in place long enough now that those individuals that are here illegally, if they haven't registered, then they can be charged criminally, and they can face fines up to $1,000 a day and face deportation if they don't go home, and they'll never get the chance to come back to America. So we're encouraging people to use the CBP Home app to register, and we're working on the resources and funding to buy them a plane.
For the self-deportation, yeah. Shouldn't Democrat presidents do this? Yeah, no, honestly, if the Democrats were based, which they're not, so we're talking in hypotheticals, but if they were based, having like pretty regular public cabinet meetings where you have these like team huddles, obviously it wouldn't have this tone because this is insane. But like, you know, a proper one, that'd be nice. It'd be a big step up from the previous administration where Biden's aides hid him from everyone, including like senators who wanted to talk to him because he was so old and incompetent and feeble-minded that they wanted to protect him from the consequences of a bad interpersonal interaction.
Plane ticket to send them home. I went to El Salvador, Colombia, and Mexico, and those countries and others are thinking about setting up programs to support these individuals when they get back to their countries. So when they get there, they'll have housing and food assistance and So making sure that these folks have the opportunity to go home so that they can get the chance to come back to America is important. And
So it's a very big self-deport operation that we're starting.
thousands of people have already self-deported. Well, we're just going to, when you got 21 million people that need to go home because they're here breaking our laws, then we need to facilitate that. And I've been working with the governors a lot lately on several different issues. One of them...
When did it go from 20 million to 21 million? The actual number is something like 13 million. They said 20 million. Now it's 21 million. Did 1 million more undocumented immigrants come in between Trump winning the election and now? Yeah, it's inflation. They're going to slowly increase it until the entire population is deported. That's how we do land back, folks.
Has been on FEMA for recommendations on how to do exactly what you've directed us to do. And then also I sent a letter and communicated with them that they need to be setting up a SCIF. Some of our governors don't have secure facilities to have national security issues. I think one of the jobs Homeland Security has is to give communication down to states, to local cities and communities. And so recommending they get a SCIF, they have secure comms with them at all times or nearby so that they can have national security conversations, and then to have somebody in their office designated that is their communications person. A lot of them have emergency management officers, but they don't necessarily have somebody designated when it comes to a national security issue that we may need to communicate with them on. And I think American people need to know that Real ID will be required to travel on May 7th. So those governors have been notified to communicate that at home. We don't want anybody to get delayed and not be able to travel when they get to an airport. And this will also help us bring integrity back to all of our IDs and how they're used for issuing driver's licenses. And governors know how I feel about making sure their driver's licensing system
You haven't
has
mentioned Trump's name in
integrity,
like 2
because a lot
minutes.
of people use their driver's license to vote. And the backbone of our country and the foundation is election integrity. So we're giving all those directions to our governors and communicating that so they can lead on it as well.
And we're going to work with people so that if they go out in a nice way and go back to their country, we're going to work with them right from the beginning on trying to get them back in legally. Is that right?
The chance to come back.
So it gives you a real incentive. Otherwise, they never come back. They'll never be allowed once a certain period of time goes by, which is probably going to be 60 days. We're also going to work with farmers that if they have strong recommendations for their farms for certain people, we're going to let them stay in for a while and work with the farmers and then come back and go through a process, a legal process. But we have to take care of our farmers and hotels and various places where they need the people. And we're going to be working with you very carefully on that. So a farmer will come in with a letter concerning certain people saying they're great, they're working hard. We're going to slow it down a little bit for them.
Remember when I said that the whole point of the mass deportation rhetoric was to gin up racists? They're going to do some like show deportations, but they can't actually get rid of the vast majority of them. So this is going to be used as like a way of pressuring them to work for even lower wages, essentially, because the threat of ICE hangs over them. I didn't think they'd be this blatant about it. This is like essentially a slave visa. Like, oh, the illegal immigrants are productive workers, according to the farmer that employs them. All right, well, okay, we'll like let it slide because they're, working here illegally. They're profitable. Jesus Christ.
And then we're going to ultimately bring them back. They'll go out. They're going to come back.
This is Qatar and UAE type
as
stuff, yeah.
Legal workers.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Which I think will be I think it's very important to do. Okay, thank you very much. Great job. Jameson, I watched you testify for the last couple of days. You're on every night at 3 o'clock in the morning. And you did great. You were fantastic. Thank you very much.
It's just what I like to do for fun, sir. You've been keeping us very busy. Last week, you started a reordering of international trade, something that hasn't happened for 80 years, something that should have happened decades ago. And you know that. You've known that for a long time. That's why you have us all working on this. You came into an emergency situation where President Biden left us with a $1.2 trillion trade deficit. It's the largest of any country
Who's talking
in human
right
history. The largest. So you declared
RFK
emergency. You
Jr.?
took action.
You said the
Junior?
largest in history, right?
In history.
There's never There's never been anything like what he left us. He left us a mess. His whole administration was a mess. So go ahead.
So you declared an emergency, you imposed a trade action, so now you have a tariff on the world, it promotes U.S. manufacturing, it protects U.S. workers, and you've also given room for negotiation during this time so we can open export markets for our farmers and other producers and American workers. And this is why the unions vote for you, this is why the workers vote for you, this is why the families want you to be the president, because you're standing up for American workers and American communities. We've had countries come in over the past couple of weeks that represent more than half of global domestic GDP, more than half. That's who's coming in to talk to you and to your advisors about how to have reciprocal trade, how to have fair trade. Would have happened without you.
Thank you very much.
There was no way for the President of the United States of America to arrange a meeting with members of nations that are allied to us without doing global tariffs. There was simply no other way.
Great job. Lovely lot.
Well, thanks to your fantastic leadership, this amazing cabinet, and the very talented Doge team, I'm excited to announce that we anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion.
Wow.
And I mean, and some of it is just absurd, like people getting unemployment insurance who haven't been born yet. I mean, I think anyone can appreciate whether, I mean, come on, that's just crazy. So
incredible, even in this motley crew of you know, fascist oligarchs, degenerates, pedophiles, he's by far the most uncharismatic. I can't get over it. I can't get over it.
You know, some of these things, people ask me like, well, how are you going to find waste and fraud in the government? I'm like, well, actually just go in any direction. That's how you find it. It's very common. it's as the military would say, target-rich environment. So I think we're doing a lot of good and excellent collaboration with the cabinet to achieve these savings, and it will actually result in better services for the American people, and that we're going to be spending their tax dollars in a way that is sensible and fair and good.
And your people are fantastic. In fact, hopefully they'll stay around for the long haul. We'd like to keep as many as we can. They're great, smart, sharp, right? Finding things that nobody would have thought of. Very computer savvy.
Yes. We're working with hard to get the Trump Gold Card operational, hopefully in the next week or so.
That'll be great. That'll be very exciting. It's
really exciting.
That's a pathway to citizenship into the United States.
It's a big deal.
Yep, it's a big deal. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to your leadership and setting the mandate of transparency and accountability across the U.S. government. I'm bringing that transparency and accountability to the intelligence community. First and foremost, to make sure that you and your cabinet have that real-time, relevant, apolitical, objective intelligence to best inform, whether it's negotiations for peace, negotiations around tariffs, the great work that you are leading around the cabinet today. Secondly, working with Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to increase our information sharing to achieve your goal of countering the narcotic trafficking and our ability to go after cartels now designated as foreign terrorists. I met with the National Sheriff's Association this week, being able to work to make sure that the information that they are getting on the ground, that local law enforcement is getting on the ground, is being fed back up through to our National Counterterrorism Center, and that we have all of the federal agencies, state and local law enforcement all on the same page as we are working to make our country safe again. And lastly, sir, as you know, declassification and rooting out weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community is a huge priority. You know more than anyone else the very dangerous and negative consequences of that. I've got a long list of things that we're investigating. We have the best of the best going after this. Election integrity being one of them. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country so that voters can have...
I'm sure. Not trying to drama farm here. Can you explain Hassan's perspective here? Not trying to drama farm. Post link to Drew Pavlo. Tweet drama farming. What is this?
Take? Why is that a bad take? Dude, someone's messaging this appropriately. Holy shit. It's not.
Holy shit, he
it's not
talks
mad. He's
fast.
right. He's right. Democrats should not be in favor of free trade. Democrats should be the first to acknowledge that free trade is what has gutted the American manufacturing capabilities, destroyed the American labor force, destroyed the countryside. He's a good messenger on this. Bad take? Why is that a bad take? Free trade is nice. Without free trade, or with free trade, you have no manufacturing. Without manufacturing, you have no labor force. Without the labor force, you have no labor power. Without labor power, you have no way to...
Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. What?
Trade is nice. Without free trade, or with free trade, you have no manufacturing. Without manufacturing, you have no labor force. Without the labor force, you have no labor power.
Without manufacturing, you have no labor force? Free trade means no manufacturing?
Without labor power, you have no way to... Without labor power, you have no labor unions. Without labor unions, you have no way to increase wages. Without increasing your wages, you arrive at what America is doing currently, which is 23% underemployment, gig economy jobs galore. No protections whatsoever, no mechanism of pushback against the one party that's supposed to be against the right-wing reactionary forces, and you arrive at a nation with no healthcare, with no future, no retirement funds, a nation in disarray. All of it ties back to labor at the end of the day. Free trade is nice if you are not in the U.S., though. No, it's not. That's also incorrect. What are you talking about? Free trade is not nice. Do you believe the fucking WTO narrative that free trade has actually greatly improved the living standards of all these other countries? No, obviously it has not. That is not the case at all. The one country that has actually been able to dramatically improve itself in that process is China, and that is not because of the free trade. That is because of what they did with the foreign capital that came in.
I'm uneducated. Is he wrong? Yeah, pretty much everything he said here is incorrect. Yeah, there are some like broader points here that you could say are correct, like in a sentiment kind of way, but not like really. The clip is sped up? Really? He might be trying to allude to capitalism? Really? He's talking about capitalism? That's crazy. No, it's pretty wrong. Like very wrong, but yeah. Pretty sure even Marx argued against tariffs and other like ill-advised protectionist policies. Was Marx wrong about anything? He was probably racist. What would your version of this statement be? Well, my version of the statement would be not saying it because it's wrong. I don't know. It's fine. Nah, hard disagree. Whether or not you agree is irrelevant to me. There's like serious errors here. It's not really like a point you can agree or disagree on. It's not an opinion-based thing. It's just factually incorrect. I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to argue against like shit like NAFTA, World Trade Organization, IMF, like neoliberalism broadly. But the problem is that like while neoliberalism encourages free trade, the free trade part of neoliberalism isn't the problem with neoliberalism. That's not the issue, really. At least not in the context of it being used here. No, whatever. Stupidest thing he said was him implying service sector workers are not laborers, but manufacturing workers are. Yeah, I don't really understand the whole, like, with free trade, you have no manufacturing, and without manufacturing, you don't have a labor force. I don't really understand that. Can have, like, sectoral unions in all kinds of industries. He never said that.
Take. Free trade is nice. Without free trade, or with free trade, you have no manufacturing. Without manufacturing, you have no labor force. Without the labor force, you have no labor power. Without labor power, you have no way to, without labor power, you have no labor unions. Without labor unions,
It was somewhere in there that he said it. Well. Yeah. Yeah, I think I guess like the problem free trade works only among non-peer or near peers. No, that's not true. Like free trade is good in the sense that like tariffs and stuff are bad, right? Like you can selectively apply these in certain industries to bolster domestic production. We understand there are caveats to this, but like those are very specific strategies. The idea that free trade, broadly speaking, is bad just isn't true. You can't be wrong-headed about this, because I don't want people doing this like MAGA reach-around thing where they're like, you know, obviously Trump is bad, but the Democrats will never back the tariffs or whatever. First of all, there are Democrats who are like half-heartedly defending the tariffs. And second of all, that's also bad. Tariffs are implemented to protect domestic capital unjustifiably. We have tariffs on Chinese cars because our cars are overpriced and suck. But we want to protect our domestic manufacturing even though it sucks. Like, it would be better if everyone was just driving a fucking Chinese car, you know? Yeah, you get me. Wondering if you've done Bernie's CNN town hall. Are you referring to the fact that Bernie Sanders also has protectionist tendencies? I don't think protectionism would have been good while manufacturing jobs were still here at all, Knob Gobbler. I think it's a good thing to take advantage of the comparative benefits some countries have over others when it comes to their specialties and what they're capable of doing. The problem ultimately is that, like, the underlying issue, which is the relegation of shit work to people who the shit work can be placed on, is a feature of capitalism regardless of free trade, right? In America, we did it to slaves, then sharecroppers. We've always done it to the poor. When you open up foreign markets, you know, you can externalize that process, but the underlying tendency remains the same. What is the most, you know, underprivileged group of people possible that we can foist this work onto? You know, who can we force to do the shit work so we don't have to pay them that much, you know? What about unequal exchange? Doesn't that benefit only the superpowers, and free trade would help exploit that even more? But that's not a feature of free trade. You can do that without free trade, right? Like those, if you're referring to like an imbalance in what? Like in the value or the exploitation, we're not talking about free trade at this point. We're talking about like broader elements of neocolonialism. Fact is, unless you're doing something very specific, tariffs are just plain bad policy. You know? It should, like, because we're talking about tariffs here, right? What else are we talking about? We're talking about tariffs, I assume. I'm talking about EU exports of highly subsidized goods like vegetables or textiles outcompeting African farmers. Africa having tariffs on our goods be a good thing? Like to protect domestic industries so that they don't get completely bought out by foreigners. Sure, that's fine. But I would support that policy when being done by them. That's not the same as the statement being made in the clip here, though, right? Like, that would be an example of, like, an underprivileged country trying to protect their own domestic production, which is fine. You know? But that's not really like a repudiation of broader, like, free trade agreements or whatever, you know? That's not necessarily the thing being talked about. Yeah, well. What's the last, like, 5 seconds of the clip?
The only thing that free trade benefits is capital owners. That's why America did it for so many years.
That's not true. It's made things cheaper, like, all over the world for everyone, basically.
People say, we don't want free trade, we want fair trade. You can't have fair trade without...
Okay, whatever. All right, well, Seems like a pretty minor thing. Granted, but there is this free trade religion that makes the IMF make financial aids dependent on poor countries opening their markets totally. Yeah, but I've argued against that for the entire time that I've been streaming, you know? So like you know where I am on this. Like I think that the World Bank and the IMF, they should all be like, they've committed crimes for what they've done to, you know, these countries. But I've always said that, you know? But that's not, again, it's not really an issue with like free trade broadly. That's them being bullied and coerced by exploitative, manipulative lenders. You know, like that's, I mean, by saying free trade, generally speaking, is good, I'm not saying everything you can do through free trade is good. I'm saying that the underlying expectation that goods and labor can move more or less freely between countries does benefit people. All right, well. Good drum bait. Very good. Very good.
Faith in the integrity of our elections. And lastly, we've been scanning. I've had over 100 people working around the clock to scan the paper around RFK, Senator Robert F. Kennedy's assassination, as well as Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. These have been sitting in boxes in storage for decades. They have never been scanned or seen before. We'll have those ready to release here within the next few days.
Didn't you say you already... But wasn't that supposed to be like a month and a half ago? Now Vosh thinks he's a finance bro after 1 week of wearing a suit. I don't think talking about free trade is really a finance bro thing. That's more like macroeconomics, right? Finance bro would be like stock investment stuff. Vosh, economics isn't your strong suit. You can always tell you've got a point when people say shit like you're wrong, but I can't say how. They love saying that.
That's great. Bobby, how do you feel about that? That's hitting,
I'm very gratified.
That's hitting close to home, isn't it?
No
When you
kidding.
think, I'm thinking about Bobby when that statement's made.
I'm very grateful to you, Mr. President.
Good. And you'll let Bobby see some of this because, you know, it's very personal stuff. But it's time.
I've asked him, and his response is, put it out. The world needs to know the truth.
And his uncle that's been out, and anything that hasn't been out, they can go to your offices and see, right?
Everything that we have within our possession, it's either online or it's physically
Everything is
at
television.
the National Archives and Records Agency. We also have hunters going out, Mr. President, and looking in the storage lockers at FBI and CIA and other agencies, specifically to find if there is anything else that has not been reported. We're actively going out and trying to search out the truth.
Okay. Yeah,
they are trying so desperately to make more television out of this, and it's been so fucking boring. They literally said, like, we're releasing these files, and then nothing happened. In the JFK file, nothing happened. No one cared. I wasn't even seeing people talking about it like the day after. The day right after. You know? The Epstein thing, even people on the right were upset about how openly dishonest the Epstein one was. Where they didn't release anything at all. They just turned it into like a, you know, fucking photo shoot.
When you get it all out.
Yes.
100% good. Thank you very much. Good job, guys.
Mr. President, on behalf of America's manufacturers, I want to thank you for standing up to the Chinese Communist Party and fighting for our main streets for our workers and for those that make things in America. I'm out on a Made in America manufacturing tour, and as I go across the country, people are grateful to have a president who's not just fighting on the tariffs fronts, but to get inflation down, to create jobs. After Biden destroyed 110,000 manufacturing jobs in just his last year, we've already brought back thousands and thousands of manufacturing jobs. So the American worker is grateful. Main Street is grateful for you. And at the agency level, we're making sure that manufacturers have access to the capital they need, but we can't do that if we're not fighting fraud. So we've...
No one talked to Biden like this? Well, no one could talk to Biden because his aides kept him, like, hidden from everyone. I probably don't need to say this, but everything she's saying right now is untrue, obviously. Manufacturing jobs aren't coming back, and manufacturing investment is actually declining since Trump took office.
Modified our loan applications to have citizenship verification, to make sure we have birth dates, common sense principles around lending that the Biden administration had waived. They waived $450 million of fees in 1 year. We're restoring that for the American taxpayer. And the American taxpayer, as tax day approaches, April 15th, they need to know that this cabinet, this administration...
I really like how consistent they are with this language. I really do think there are people who believe when they cancel a grant or whatever, or cut a program, that the money goes back to them. How exactly? How exactly does the money go back to the taxpayer? It doesn't. That's not how anything works. Nobody's getting a tax return for like 0.1 cents once you average out like all the costs saved or whatever. That's not happening. It just, yeah, it sounds like such a big number, you know?
And thank you, Elon Musk and Doge, for fighting for the American taxpayer to make sure that their hard-earned dollars are well spent, that they have a return on investment for this country, and that we're fighting for them just as you are every single day. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we are working at HHS to advance your agenda to make America healthy again. I'm working with Lee Zeldin to reassess the fluoride rules based upon the August release by the National Toxicity Program of new science that shows a direct inverse correlation between exposure to fluoride and IQ loss, particularly in children. Lee and I were in Utah this week, to announce that Utah became the first state in the country to ban supplemental fluoride. I'm working with Brooke on and governors now in 24 states who are advancing MAHA legislation to get soda pops off of the food stamp program, off the SNAP program. We've launched Operation Stork Speed to get the bad chemicals out of baby formula. We're working with governors across the country to get good food into the school lunch programs and to get rid of...
Remember when Michelle Obama did that and everyone hated her because she was black and a woman?
Chemical dyes and other bad chemicals that are in our food. We've shown now that this directly affects academic performance, violence in the schools, and mental health, as well as physical health. We are working with governors across the country to get cell-to-cell or bell-to-bell legislation to restrict the use of cell phones in schools, which again dramatically impacts academic...
I know they're probably pushing for this because they want to make it easier to sexually assault children in schools or something, or whatever the fuck, whatever motivation Republican politicians have. That being said, you know, unintentional W with the banning cell phones. I don't know, man. It seems like pretty bad to have them in schools at all.
Performance. Today we announced a dramatic reduction in animal testing at NIH and FDA. We're going to switch over to AI, which we've now found is much more precise in identifying the impacts of toxics in various products. We're working with Elon, who's done an incredible job to eliminate the redundancies and to streamline operations at all the health agencies and to recalibrate our trajectory to your agenda of making America healthy again. And finally, on the CDC has done an amazing job at getting the measles outbreak under control. We have about 680 cases now in 22 states, compared to the same outbreak in Europe, which is 100.
Is that under control? Isn't that more? Is that better? Plus another death? Yeesh.
127,000 cases and 37 deaths. Our numbers in this country have now plateaued. And I want to thank CDC for that. And we're trying to refocus the press. We've had 3 measles deaths in this country.
Why compared to like Europe? Like what's the definition of Europe? Like what do you mean? Like, well, yeah, we had only a few measles deaths as opposed to like Kazakhstan or Romania or whatever. Like, okay.
Over 20 years. And we're trying to refocus the press to get them to pay attention to the chronic disease epidemic as you've asked us to. We have now 38% of American youth are pre-diabetic. This was unknown 30 years ago. Every child that becomes diabetic, there should be a headline about them. We have 100 million adults who are pre-diabetic or diabetic. And we have, as you, we have now, the autism rates have gone from now, most recent numbers we think are going to be about 1 in 31, 1 in 20, so they're going up again. From 1 in 10,000.
He's talking about you guys.
When I was a kid. And we are going, at your direction, we are going to know by September. We've launched a massive testing and research effort that's going to involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
So big. Think of that. So it was 1 in.
By September. And they'll be able to eliminate those exposures. What do you think it's going to be like? Phone radiation, fluoride, vaccines, of course, the big one. Are they actually going up, or are we just more easily able to spot it? Oh, they're going up for sure. People are way the fuck more autistic than they used to be. People hate that take of mine, but like autism, like many other things, is socially constructed and socially determinable. Your fixation on gotcha games as a substitute for like healthy eating and exercise is making you more autistic, and that's not a joke. Yeah, the real line is between the people with true natural autism and the people who developed it thanks to their own poor discipline.
10,000 children had autism, and now it's 1 in 31. Not 31,000, 31. That's a horrible statistic, isn't it? And there's got to be something artificial out there that's doing this. So you think you're going to have a pretty good idea, huh?
We will know by September.
There will be no bigger news conference than that. So that's it. If you can come up with that answer where you stop taking something, you stop eating something, or maybe it's a shot, but something's causing it. It can't be from 10,000 to. Can you imagine that, Marco? That's a big number. Thank you very much. You're doing great. Thank you, Bobby. Please.
Well, Mr. President, one of your primary administration
almost
goals
done.
is to make sure that we unleash American energy, and of course the strategy behind that is when we do that, it helps make it more affordable for all Americans. Energy isn't just industry, it is the foundation of every other industry, whether it's food, manufacturing, clothing, transportation. And then also when we've got the ability to generate and not just be energy independent but energy dominant, then we have the opportunity to sell energy to our friends and allies versus them buy it from our adversaries. And our adversaries were funding terrorism and conflicts against our allies by their oil and gas sales that were going through a Swiss cheese set of sanctions. So with your creation of the National Energy Dominance Council, over half the people at this table serve on that. Everyone has been engaged, whether it's interactions with negotiations with other countries, with putting sanctions in place that actually work, with cutting deregulation, working on biofuels, building infrastructure for transportation. There's a whole range of things that are being tackled. But when in the outcome of all that is that the Biden administration was restricting supply, you're increasing supply. When you increase supply, then prices start to come down. And we have a huge opportunity to do this. Just in interior alone, there's 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface, and 2.5 billion acres of offshore. And the Biden administration was trying to restrict this so that you couldn't get a timber lease, you couldn't cut a tree, you couldn't graze a cow, you couldn't develop oil and gas minerals, and you couldn't develop the...
Whenever you guys play a Civ game or 4X or whatever else, and you just do like a shit job of it, right? Like you're playing on medium difficulty and you're way behind in the tech tree, that's like that. This is what you're doing to the society that you're constructing. It's the year 2025. Nuclear energy has been around for more than half a century, and we are talking about offshore oil deposits. We could have a essentially like an entirely renewable energy base right now that would be less expensive to maintain than what we're doing, and infinitely better for the environment. And we're not, because we suck.
Critical minerals we need for our technology, for our defense industries, and to be able to help us win the AI arms race against China. So we're opening up this, and with your executive orders and your work, we've on Tuesday, historic day, you ended the war on beautiful clean coal, which has been going on since Obama took office. China gets 60% of their electricity from coal. They're opening up they've opened up 94 gigawatts of coal in the last year as part of this AI arms race. 94 gigawatts, that's enough for 94 Denvers to be able to, 1 gigawatt per metro area like that. It's unheard of. So we have an opportunity under your leadership to come back. The Gulf of America had its first offshore lease sale, which is scheduled for later this year, but that was, the industry loved that because we're now, the Gulf of America is now open for business again.
Yay.
And there's as much as 7 billion barrels of oil accessible now. They've increased the upside of what they think that is. On the coal front, the estimate is the financial value of the coal in America is $8 trillion. That was an asset on the balance sheet that we've now being put back on again. And of course, in Alaska, with your separate executive orders to unleash Alaska energy between ANWR, the North Slope, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve Alaska, all of those, we've reversed Biden decision. Those are all open for business again. And all of this is leading to the investment coming to America. The smart money is coming to the U.S. That's why we've got trillions of dollars of investment that are showing up at the door, because they know if they're going to do manufacturing here, there's going to be energy to power their plants. And so, again, thank you for your leadership and thank you for everything you're doing.
Very good. Thank you. Marco?
We're almost
Mr.
there.
President, one of the most important things I believe you'll achieve in your presidency is reordering the world in a proper way. For 31 years, more than 31 years now, multiple administrations have allowed the Chinese to deindustrialize this country, to take away jobs and factories and the pillars of our national strength. And what you're doing now, I think, is a great service to our country, but ultimately to the world. And I want to congratulate you and your team that's working on that, because it has extraordinary geopolitical implications, as you see from all these other countries that are now coming here and wanting to join something that actually makes it's crazy to allow these. I mean, basically, we lived in a world where Chinese companies can do whatever they want in America, but our companies cannot do anything over there unless they allow it, and even then they steal our stuff and reverse engineer it. So just reordering all of that has dramatic implications on peace and security of the world. So we thank you. An important meeting, thanks to you, is going to happen on Saturday for the first time in a long time. There'll be direct talks between Ambassador Woodcock and a top-level leader in Iran. We hope that'll lead to peace. You've been very clear what Iran is never going to have is a nuclear weapon, and I think that's what led to this meeting, and we'll wait for him to come back from it, and we're hopeful about that. I would also say that we are receiving, and I think the Department of Homeland Security can confirm this, historic cooperation from countries all over the world, number one, in taking back their citizens. Every country in the world has to take back people that are illegally in another country, and we have countries that refuse to do it or will kind of ignore our calls. All of them are doing it. The ones that are not are paying a price. And we've also found cooperation in other countries that are willing to take some of these people, some very dangerous criminals. I know the president of El Salvador will be here next week, has really been a good friend of the United States in that regard. These are some of the worst people you'll ever encounter, and Pam knows this, and Christy knows this from the work they're doing. You know, and one last point I want to make, Mr. President, again, it's under your leadership, it's actually under your executive order.
Is so
if
draining.
you come to this country as a student, we expect you to go to class and study and get a degree.
If
you come here to like vandalize a library, take over a campus, and do all kinds of crazy things.
We forgot a very important component of the job of the Secretary of State, which is infinite, undying fealty to Israel.
You know, we're going to get rid of these people, and we're going to continue to do it. So when we identify lunatics like these, we take away their student visa. No one's entitled to a student visa. The press covers student visas like there's some sort of birthright. No, a student visa is like me inviting you into my home. If you come into my home and put all kinds of crap on my couch, I'm going to kick you out of my house. And so, you know, that's what we're doing with our country, thanks to the president. And last but not least, very important development this week, but both Pam and I were very excited. The finest higher education institution in the United States, University of Florida, is also now the national champions in basketball, and we hope you'll host them here soon, Mr. President. Go Gators.
They're coming.
Good for the SEC.
They're coming, guys.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much. You're really doing a great job. We appreciate it. Any question?
Mr. President, can you give us a reaction to today's stock market drop and also give us a sense of the next steps with China?
Well, I haven't seen it because I've been here for 2.5 hours, so I'll be seeing it. I think Scott went out. Scott, you want to have a statement on that?
Sure. Look,
poor Scott, man. This guy. The market going down it means it'll go up. I get more to go up. Thank you. Fucking, what was the line? Market crash. That's a funny word. Market crash. Thank you.
Up 2, down 1 is not a bad ratio, or up 10, down 5. And I think...
Oh my God, that was his response. I got it right. But Trump, that's what happens when you give him no time at all to prepare. That's what that's what you've got. Also, interesting, by the way, that Scott Bessent knew how much the market had turned down and Trump didn't, even though they were both at the same cabinet meeting. Huh? Like, they're both there. Why did Scott know if Trump didn't?
As we have talked about, as we go through the queue and settle with these countries who are going to bring us their best offers, we will end up in a place of great certainty over the next 90 days on tariffs. But we had very good inflation numbers today. Oil's down. We had a successful bond market, so I don't see anything unusual.
Oil's down is not good. So are we locked in on the assumption that, oh my God, guys, oil's down below 60 a barrel again? I thought it had stabilized at like 62 or 63 or something. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. It dipped back down below. It's right. Okay, right now it's hovering. Crude is hovering at literally 60.07. Look, you can see the rally right here. I didn't realize that it had gone back down. See? You've crude up here at 71. I don't know what any of this means. The price of crude oil is determined largely by people's expectations for how much international shipping there's going to be in the near future. Basically, like a rough estimate. The bigger the economy, the more demand for oil, the more oil costs. So a crash in oil prices, because oil is a tricky thing because you can't turn the pumps off. Normally, when you have fluctuations in the price of a commodity, you can control how much of it is sold. But when you open up a well on oil, the oil keeps coming, and it's very expensive to shut it down. So you get more and more and more and more of it. You have to fill barrel after barrel after barrel, and like you run out of storage space. You can't like think about it logistically, right? Like you just keep getting more and more. You can't dump oil, right? At least you shouldn't. So you keep having to fill more and more. You need to sell. You need to keep moving that oil. You need to. So when prices are crashing like this, it means they're desperately trying to get people to buy it, essentially. Anyway, it went all the way down to 59.58 here. It rallied a little bit. I didn't realize the rally was over. Back down it goes. OPEC agreed to rapidly increase production. Well, they're trying to strangle us out, which they should. Glory to Saudi Arabia in their war against American infidels. So the reason why inflation is down then, people are expecting it's because of decreased consumer spending? It is crazy, Daffy Hat.
Usual today.
And next steps for China, sir?
Well, we'll see what happens with China.
Gas won't get cheaper, though. Companies will just get richer. Have you ever wondered why gas prices are the only things? It's the only commodity that you buy day to day that seems to ever go down in price. Like you'll have one location in a city, and it'll go up, and then it'll go down. When do you ever see prices go down at the grocery store? The reason why prices go down at like gas stations, the reason why it's possible for the price to fluctuate is because it's a very, very rare commodity where they have to sell. Unlike a lot of other stuff where they can just hold on their commodities and wait for you to make the money to buy it from them. It's expensive to store. It expires. It's difficult to maintain the logistics network necessary to keep all of these, gas stations topped up, all of these ships filled. You can't shut the pipes off. So the reason the price goes down is because when gas prices go down, they're trying to get you to drive more. They're trying to incentivize you to use up what they have because they can't turn the tap off. Finally, a supply side inelastic good. Yes! It's like the only example of an inelastic commodity from the supply side. That's true. I can't think of any other example, at least. The cost of oil went negative during the start of COVID lockdowns. Yes, for a little bit. That is true. It was like the cost of futures of storing oil because they needed to get rid of it. Negative? Yeah, they were overproducing so much oil relative to how much the world was using during the beginning of the lockdown that essentially they would be willing to pay people to hold on to the oil barrels. They were literally trying to give it away, like take this away. Most forms of power generation are supply-side inelastic good, Vosh. You can only store so much energy. I guess that's true. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah, when you maintain a power grid. Because we don't really have batteries backing up a lot of that grid. So, like, if no one's using electricity, it's being wasted because it gets poured into the the grid with no one using it. So essentially, yeah, like there's a reason why your meter tracks usage, and then like there's fluctuations in power prices, and it's you know, it's a complicated industry. I guess it's like an energy thing, yeah.
To be able to work a deal. They've really taken advantage of our country for a long period of time. They've ripped us off beyond anybody, nobody. How people stood for it, sitting in my position, is not even believable. And we're talking about many presidents, not just a couple. But they did, and all we're doing is putting it back in shape. We're resetting the table. And I'm sure that we'll be able to get along very well. I have great respect for President Xi. He's been, in a true sense, he's been a friend of mine for a long period of time. And I think that we'll end up working out something that's very good for both countries. I look forward to it.
Mr. President, China retaliated today by reducing the number of American films that can be shown there. What's your reaction to them now targeting cultural exports from the United States?
I think I've heard of worse things. Yes,
shareholders of Warner Bros. Holding the knife to their stomach as they watch Trump make a joke like that.
Also on China, the Ukrainians say they have evidence that Chinese soldiers have been found fighting for the Russians in Ukraine. Can the US verify this? And if so, what does the US plan on doing to China to combat that?
We'll look into it, but I think beyond that, we're really looking to get that war stopped. They're losing 2,500 and even more than that young people a week. They're Russian and they're Ukrainian. They're not American, but they're people. And we're seeing.
Are they Chinese? Like, because seriously, the allegation that there are Chinese soldiers engaged in active combat in Ukraine is a pretty serious one. I would be interested in knowing more. The allegations that I have heard are that they are actual Chinese soldiers, which sounds, you know, pretty serious. If they're just mercenaries, then it doesn't really matter. Well, no, why would China do that? Great question. It's an interesting, you know, would be nice to get some follow-up. It was a Chinese national. He had a Chinese passport. Seems like he was just a mercenary. Well, there are American citizens fighting over there, part of the Foreign Legion or whatever.
If we can get it stopped, and I think we're making progress. I appreciate the ballerina who was released. It was at the request of a very good friend of all of ours, actually. Dana White called me and he said it's the friend or the relationship of one of the fighters for UFC or one of the fighters. And Dana's an incredible guy, and we spoke to President Putin about it, and they made a deal. They released the young ballerina, and she is now out, and that was good. So we appreciate that. We hope that we're going to be able to make a deal relatively soon with Russia and Ukraine to stop the fighting. It's so senseless. It's such a horrible thing. It would have never happened if I were president. But it did happen, and we were given that card. And I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it stopped. Got to get going. We got to get it. We have to move it faster. Likewise with the hostages, we're making progress. We, there's 50.
So, how close are you to the first country coming to actually make a deal with the United States over tariffs? Is it days, months?
Well, I think it's very close, but we have to have a deal that we like. We don't want a deal that's going to be a bad deal, or I could make every deal in one day if I wanted to. I could do this in one day. I could just say, here's what.
The standards of this administration have plummeted so much, man. It's crazy. We had to crash the market to get people to talk about trade, and also we can't name a single concession we have gotten from any country at any point. The most we've gotten is them promising to not implement retaliatory tariffs in response to the tariffs that we implemented. What is being considered a victory is going down. You know what? That's enough of this. I don't know. Let's just try to do some segments. Let's just try to do some. It's so difficult. It's so difficult, you know? It's so difficult when the country is like this, because you could be talking about anything, and then like you could talk about some big development or some element of the economy or whatever, and the next day it's completely invalidated because the roller coaster ride is taking us through a tunnel now. Your life is so hard. I agree. I think my life is very hard. Possibly the hardest job there is. My life. This map right here is a full illustration for how Jover it is for the US. But, well, no. You have to understand, man. There's nothing wrong with this. At all. There's nothing wrong with this. In 2000, most countries traded with us. In 2024, most countries trade with China. That's fine. I mean, it certainly means we probably, like, shouldn't be doing a trade war with them. But, like, why is this framing it oppositionally? We have both benefited from this. China has benefited from this arrangement, so have we. It should, like, it's to our mutual benefit. I just don't think, yeah.
You said the other day that if they do not agree to a potential nuclear deal, that it would be very dangerous for them. What specifically?
Well, they
did you
can't have a
mean?
nuclear
Did
weapon.
you mean military action, though, if they don't agree?
Oh, if necessary? Absolutely. Yeah.
And do you have a
deadline for these talks?
Yeah, I do.
And
You're talking about with Iran?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Do you want something definitive this weekend, or do you see this as the start of a process?
It's a start.
Do you have a timeline?
We have a little time, but we don't have much time.
Who is this starting the
Because we're not going to let them have a nuclear weapon.
Is it
Can't let them have a
awkward to be
nuclear
there?
weapon.
Yeah, we saw that bit. Ahead of Trump admin Iran talks, new report says Iran nuclear threat rises to extreme danger. Possibility of Iran deciding to build nuclear weapons been increased by the ongoing military conflicts in the Middle East, report says. Who made the report? A leading U.S. research institute. Okay, what's the name? The Washington, D.C.-based Institute for Science and International Security titled its shocking new report, The Iran Threat Geiger Counter, Extreme Danger Grows. Oh, that sounds neutral. All right, let's do the cursory Google search where we, find out that these people are fucking committed Republican operatives. Huh. Their acronym is ISIS. The Institute for Science and International Security, aka ISIS, they're funded by everyone, and they're led by David Albright, American physicist and weapons expert, who is the founder of ISIS, its current president, and author of several books on proliferation of atomic weapons. I'm not going to lie, guys. These folks don't actually seem to be hardcore Republican partisans. They seem to be mostly scientists and nuclear proliferation experts. So, there you go. Extreme danger grows. Oh, well, that looks scientific. The hatred for Iran is bipartisan anyway, though, right? I was just curious. It's good to open by assessing pre-existing bias. Overview of methodology. The Institute assigns the following threat level using a 0 to 180 scale on the Iran Threat Geiger Counter. That's cool. Do they do this one for Israel? Hostile rhetoric. Point score 29. Lack of transparency, point score 24. Nuclear breakout, point score 30. Sensitive nuclear... okay, it's just... Do you think we're actually going to invade Iran, man? Since February 2024, the date of its last report, the threat posed by Iran's nuclear program has worsened significantly. Major negative factors include Iran's greater nuclear weapon capabilities, its shorter timeframes to build nuclear weapons, and the growing normalization of internal Iranian discussions favoring building nuclear weapons. Man, I wonder if there's anything we or our allies might have done to heighten tensions in the region. I'm just thinking. Wait, this guy argued Saddam Hussein had nuclear weapons? No, it seems like he's done the opposite. Albright and his organization ISIS were the first to publicly criticize the claims of the Bush administration and the CIA about the infamous Iraqi aluminum tubes. So yeah, I think it's saying the opposite. Exposed flaws in the Bush administration's other so-called nuclear evidence in the run-up to the Iraq War. He did the opposite. This guy ran ISIS. He still runs ISIS. Chat lying again. No. I think that chatter probably just like glanced at this. We're talking about a nuclear proliferations expert, and you read a sentence like, you know, September 2002, Bush administration, Iraq, nuclear. You know, it makes you a little nervous. Maybe I get it. Man, are we going to invade Iran? WMD's in the Middle East again. Well, Iran could have a nuclear weapon. And we know they want a nuclear weapon. If it requires military, we're going to have military, the president told reporters at the White House. Israel will obviously be very much involved in that. They'll be the leaders of that, but no one leads us. We do what we want to do. That's cool. State-controlled Iranian news outlet claimed on Monday that Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's alleged fatwa against nuclear weapons does not outlaw their production but bans their use. Fox News Digital sought to obtain a copy of the alleged religious fatwa from Iran, but the regime has so far refused to provide the document. Iran experts have claimed the fatwa is non-existent. Okay, that's cool. Whatever, man. America predicts, will another country drop all tariffs on U.S. products by June 30th? 50% toss-up. Do I get to make money? Spend your channel points now. I don't know if it's going to happen, man. Any kind of, like, meaningful military action against Iran. First of all, I don't think Israel could do it. They could do, like, bombing runs. I don't think they could do anything meaningful. Nothing boots on the ground. And if the goal was to denuclearize Iran, you would need to effectively take over the country. I don't think Israel could do it. And I don't think Trump could sell it to America. Oh, they would love to do bombing runs. Don't get me wrong. They'd be super, super, super happy if they could. I just don't know if they're going to get... I don't know how, like, meaningful of a push we'd be able to go for, you know? U.S. won't invade Iran on the ground either. I mean, it'd be dumb if we did. Massive bombing campaign? Probably. Got to dump a lot of money into that. It happened again? 6 people have died in a helicopter crash. The wingtip of an American Airlines plane strikes another aircraft at a D.C. airport. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, man. Members of the House were on board. Damn, shame it was 6 people. That's 2 different things, I think. Yeah, that was the joke. Trump directs agencies to quietly repeal regulations without public notice. The memo appears to rely on a misinterpretation of a recent Supreme Court ruling. I don't know if it's a misinterpretation. I feel like this might be the point, actually. Trump has instructed federal agencies and their assigned DOGE teams to repeal any existing regulations that are inconsistent with his priorities without providing advance notice or going through the traditional public input process. Well, that's cool. We're speeding everything up. Thank you, Supreme Court. You're welcome. The move accelerates the White House's sprawling efforts to dismantle the federal regulatory machine, although Trump's directive to skip the notice and comment process will likely face legal challenges. Oh, I'm sure. The Trump administration has been so hampered by injunctions and legal challenges thus far. The lawsuits are really slowing them down. Whatever. We don't have a real country anymore anyway. Never did? We kind of did. You hear the SAVE Act passed? This is one of the big ones, folks. This is one of the big we no longer have a democracy type moves. Passed through the House, I should say. I'm sorry, to clarify, it passed through the House. It has not made its way through the Senate. Has not been signed by the president. But it did make its way through the House. With 4 Democrats. Thank you, Democrats. Is this the one that would keep a huge swath of women from being able to vote? Yeah, that seems to be the intention, basically. Remember how, though it's still legally pending, there was that effort in North Carolina to send back 60,000 votes, so people had 2 weeks to, like, confirm their ability to vote, and a lot of the votes that got sent back were because of discrepancies like a name change, but the name change was women changing their last names because they had married a man. So there was a discrepancy there. But keep in mind, the discrepancy there wasn't one that actually, like, confused the system or made it difficult to determine whether they were registered to vote. Like, there are voter registration profiles that are a little bit more robust than being confused by something like, oh, your name used to be, like, Elizabeth Smith and now it's Elizabeth, you know, fucking Johnson or whatever. But now, it seems like they're going to try to apply that nationwide. Approve legislation requiring documentary proof of U.S. citizenship for anyone registering to vote, something voting rights groups have warned could disenfranchise millions of Americans. Don't they use SSN to confirm identity, not just your name? Yeah, when you register to vote, like, you register with your social security number. There's a whole profile, like, that goes into it. It's a whole thing, you know? If it becomes the law, the SAVE Act would take effect immediately and apply to all voter registration applications. This has no impact on individuals that are currently registered to vote, said Rep. Brian Stell, a Wisconsin Republican who's been advocating for the bill. Well, if you move, you need to re-register because your registration is tied to your address. People get deregistered randomly by Republicans all the time. Voting rights groups say there's more to the story. The law would affect voters who already are registered if they move, change their name, or otherwise need to update their registration. This was acknowledged to some extent by the bill's author, Chip Roy, during a recent hearing on the legislation. Yep. Let me get that up. Chip Roy Save Act. Here, this is right ahead of the vote.
I want to thank the chairman for his strong work and commitment to election integrity and to working with us on this bill, in particular, the SAVE Act. He's done an extraordinary job, and I'm proud to work with him and work with the rest of my colleagues on it. I'm proud to work with my friend Cleta Mitchell, who had a significant hand in what we were doing here. I'm quite certain that she is pretty well aware of protecting the right of females to be able to vote, along with my friends Stephanie Bice and Mary Miller and Laurel Lee, and Lauren Boebert, and Kat Kamak, all of whom came down to the floor in full support of this legislation because they know the truth. They know the truth that the American people know, which is that as much as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to bring up the DMV, the American people know that the DMV is very good at giving driver's license to illegal aliens because we know it to be true.
But having a driver's license doesn't mean you're registered to vote. That's not what that means. If you show up and you vote and you give them the ballot and then they input it and there's no profile associated with you as a registered citizen who's registered to vote, the vote is tossed out. Having a driver's license doesn't mean your vote is considered valid.
We know that there are people who have been indicted for voting illegally. We know that there are
most of whom are Republican
voter rolls with massive numbers of people who are illegally present in the United States. We know that the previous
just not true
administration let in millions of people into the United States wrongfully and illegally under parole and asylum, blatantly abusing the law to put people in the United States that have no basis for being here, many of whom carried out dangerous acts against American people, killed American citizens, but importantly, have been registering to vote.
Just not true, but it doesn't fucking matter, right? Like, there have been so many efforts to find pockets of voter fraud, and nothing ever comes up, ever. When voter fraud happens, 99% of the time, it's because the person who who put forward a vote made a mistake. Like literally, like they filed in error. Like there's some issue they didn't re-register after changing address or whatever. That kind of thing, you know? It's not a coordinated effort to subvert votes. Even the Trump administration, after his first presidential win, tried to find evidence that 3 million illegals voted, a claim that he made after winning, and they couldn't.
That's what's been happening. So what we understand is the American people have spoken very clearly that they believe only American citizens should vote in American elections. There's nothing controversial about that.
Which is already the law. This is already the law. It's already in the books. This is already the case. Voter fraud is already illegal.
There's nothing controversial about saying that you should be able to ensure that only citizens vote.
Which is why it's already the case.
And let's be very clear. Federal law has currently been interpreted to prohibit states from being able to check citizenship.
This is incorrect. The voter registration profile is checked when the ballot is submitted. The thing that is not lawful, unless the SAVE Act gets passed and signed into law, is making people prove citizenship when they vote. Or when they register to vote, depending on the specifics. But even if you register to vote and you're not a legal citizen, do you know what happens? Nothing. Nothing happens because there's no valid profile to check that application against. When you register to vote, you're filling out a form and you're saying, yeah, you know that citizen with a social security number, that person who has the ability to vote? I'm that person, and this is my registration form so that I may vote in the near future. So if you submit that registration and then they check it back and there's no back end citizen data to validate it, they're like, oh, this is worthless, and they chuck it in the fireplace. The point is to reduce the number of left-leaning voters. Overwhelmingly, this is about disenfranchising people at will, by the way, because there are literally, every year, millions of people who vote without having done the proper, oh, well, my name changed, so I'm going to re-register my voter profile with my name change or whatever. All meaningless, by the way, harmless, because it's all checked against the backlog of social security numbers, but they want to be able to selectively deregister people. Largely women. They will disenfranchise their own rural voters too. It doesn't matter. If they statistically disenfranchise more women than men, that would be enough to turn some states red.
That's the truth. That's why the state of Arizona, for example, has two systems. One for state and local, one for federal.
When he speaks, the gentleman's continued to
The good people of Arizona have two systems in place. They check for citizenship for state and local elections, and they're unable to check for citizenship in federal elections. The point of this bill is to ensure that we guarantee only citizens vote by allowing those states to be able to check, by having systems, federal systems, be open to the states to be able to check, and to require proof of citizenship when you register. There's nothing complex about that. There's nothing more sacred under the Constitution than ensuring that the people are able to have the voice in the election of the people that represent them in Washington and throughout the country. Once that is undermined, then people lose faith in the very institutions upon which this is built. This legislation is designed to restore that faith, to save our elections, to save...
Of course, even if they get this passed, by the way, they are still going to complain about voter fraud nonstop all the time, obviously. When people, they're going to cite deregistered voters because married women didn't change their names right or something. They're going to cite them as examples of billions of illegal immigrants trying to rig the election that we can now finally identify because of this new law.
Election integrity. I'm proud to have worked on this bill with my friend, the chairman, with my colleagues on this side of the aisle, and I would note that 5 of my Democrat colleagues joined us last summer to vote for this bill. Hardly a partisan exercise. Hardly a partisan exercise to say that we should protect the elections of the American people.
Thanks.
So I urge my colleagues to support this bill.
The SAVE Act compels states to reject any voter registration application in which the applicant has not presented, quote, documentary proof of U.S. citizenship. Among the acceptable documents for demonstrating proof of citizenship are a Real ID compliant driver's license that, quote, indicates the person is a citizen, a valid U.S. passport, a military ID card with a military record of service that lists the applicant's birthplace as in the U.S., a valid government-issued photo ID that shows the applicant's birthplace was in the U.S., or a valid government-issued ID presented with documents such as certified birth certificate that shows birthplace was in the U.S. Blah. But how will they disenfranchise single women? This is how they get away with it, okay? The point of laws like this is you have a fundamental right, which is voting, right? Pretty important in a democracy. The point of laws like this are to put more and more barriers, minor barriers. It's not like the SAVE Act would prevent me from getting registered or voting, Maybe it would take like 5 more seconds if I ever need to re-register to vote for me to make sure the documents are blah, 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 blah. But the important things are, it's an unnecessary step. It solves nothing. This solves no problems. Again, all voter registrations are already checked against a backlog of citizens who are eligible to vote. You can't just submit a voter registration with no underlying social security number for like, that doesn't work that way. So nothing is solved here, but it creates one more teeny tiny minuscule little hurdle. But a minuscule little hurdle, when multiplied against the entire population of the United States, is a lot of people. Lots of people stopped shopping at places like Walmart because a dude asks you for your receipt before you leave. That Dana, exactly. A perfect illustration of the point. Perfect illustration of the point. People are turned away from their something they might otherwise do, often by the tiniest of inconveniences. And I can say personally, as somebody who is pretty responsible with keeping his documents together, there have been times where I have like delayed significantly in doing something, largely because there was some just tiny inconvenience, some little thing. Oh, I needed to bring a passport for that. Well, I have a passport and I have it at home, but I forgot to bring it with me. I have my ID. Is that enough? No? Okay, passport thing. 3 months later, I still haven't gotten it done. Why? Because I've got other stuff going on in my life. Now, I place a high value on the ability to vote, right? Like generally as a moral, good. A lot of people don't. One of the reasons why people are so, I guess, like voter participation is not great in this country. Apathy kind of weighs down on everyone, A lot of people vote only out of the most marginal of convenience. Like if things were even a little bit more inconvenient, they'd be like, yeah, and they just wouldn't do it that day, That's why Voter Day is not a national holiday, because if it was, more people would vote. That's why we don't just automatically register citizens who are 18 years old to vote. You have to submit a voter registration, which makes no sense. Why wouldn't you just auto-register a citizen? Why do you have to register? Most countries auto-register you if you're a citizen and you're 18. Why would you have to submit a form? You're only submitting a form to tell the government that you're ready to have the right that you were already given by virtue of being a citizen and being 18 years old. Whatever. You get me. How cooked are international students? You mean like people who are abroad who would submit their votes as like a foreign? I'm sure this would be like an inconvenience. I don't think they already go through a lot of inconvenience, frankly, to vote. So I don't know how much more it would be on top of that, to be honest. What if my driver's license doesn't list my birthplace or indicate I'm a U.S. citizen? Even many that are Real ID compliant don't do this. A driver's license alone will probably not indicate U.S. citizenship. That's what Real ID shows. No, it just says right here, even Real ID compliant driver's licenses do not necessarily prove that you are a citizen. So carry your passport. I mean, that's what's on offer for most Americans, right? When you register to vote. So a driver's license probably won't indicate that you're a citizen, depending on the state that you're in, the state from which it's issued. Most people don't have a military ID card. A valid government-issued photo ID that shows the applicant's birthplace was in the U.S. Okay, sure, those exist. Kind of depends on the state, and what people tend to go for. And then a lot of people don't have passports. You guys aren't going to believe this, but we also aren't given passports by default in the United States. You have to file for them, and there's a cost involved, and it takes time. So if you want to register to vote, and your state's ID doesn't indicate citizenship, you don't have a passport, as is the case for like half of Americans, you're not a service member, I guess you're up to a generic government-issued photo ID proving that your birthplace was in the U.S. So... do you see the issue now? I mean, it's not impossible to get around. But I bet you a lot of people are going to change their names or move and re-register and have their voter registration denied because they didn't provide these documents, because they don't have these documents. And then they're just not going to be registered. They might not even know. What about people who got their citizenship but weren't born in the U.S.? Great question. Odds this law gets struck down as unconstitutional? 0. Voting rights groups say the list of documents doesn't consider the realities facing millions of Americans who do not have easy access to their birth certificates and the roughly half who don't have a passport. They also worry about additional hurdles for women whose birth certificates don't match their current IDs because they changed their last name after getting married. That's another big one. There were many examples of this during local elections last month in New Hampshire, which recently implemented a proof of citizenship requirement for voting. Yep. Because again, you might get a new driver's license in accordance with your new name post-marriage. Are you getting a new passport? Because that's, you know, how many people be doing that? New Hampshire town elections offer a preview of citizenship voting rules being considered nationwide. Here we go. We've got a test. Two voters were not able to participate in recent town elections thanks to a new state law requiring proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote. Their experiences, recounted by town clerks, could prove instructive for the rest of the country as the SAVE Act advances in Congress and more than a dozen states consider similar legislation. New passports are extremely easy to get and not at all a hassle, guys. I think you're being sarcastic, but just keep in mind, even if getting a new passport wasn't a hassle at all, which it kind of is, keep in mind, every impediment is, like, they all add up. That is the point. Like, even leaving aside the money, even if it was easy and free, every impediment stacks up. But it's not easy, and it's not free. Voting rights groups are particularly concerned that married women who have changed their names will encounter trouble when trying to register because their birth certificates list their maiden names. That is exactly what happened to Brooke Young, a 45-year-old hairstylist who showed up at her polling place in Derry last week determined to show her support for public education. She was turned away initially because she did not have proof of citizenship. When she returned with her birth certificate, that's such a big document to bring out. You go to a polling place, you wait in line, you get to the front, oh, gotta come back with your fucking birth certificate. And are they being asked to provide this proof for voting? Not just for registering to vote, but for voting? When she returned with her birth certificate, that was still not enough because the name on the document did not match the one on her driver's license. Back home, she went to fetch her marriage license to prove she had changed her name. Papers, please. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, this is going to happen nationwide. If it goes through the Senate. Just realize this will also hurt trans people. Yeah, well, you know. It's going to be illegal for them to vote soon anyway. Don't worry, Schumer promises it won't pass. There is a decent chance that it doesn't pass, but I'm not going to jinx it by hedging literally any hope on Schumer. Did you guys see this shit, by the way? Look at this. I covered this like a month and a half ago. This guy was still supporting Donald Trump's anti-immigrant agenda, even as his wife was detained by ICE with barely any communication. She's been released, finally, and in an exclusive interview, she still believes in Donald Trump's immigration policies. Incredible. What the fuck do we do with these? What do we do? Dude, if I was a husband, as opposed to a loving boyfriend, which is what I am right now, if I was a husband, my fucking wife got detained for no reason for 2 months, and she gets released. Can you, like, and she is too? She's also pro fucking this. She's all, she gets out of there and she's like, yeah, well, you know, at least it's also happening to other Latin people. Camila Munoz, maybe, Munoz, is a Peruvian citizen who was detained after her visa expired while she was applying for permanent residency, and her husband said he supported Trump's deportation policy despite her arrest. Munoz said after her release, I trust in the process that he's doing this to make the country a safer place, safe for me and for the immigrants. This was the big, like the failing with Democrats, which is they didn't realize that Latin people, like every Latin person who is brown, thinks they're the white Latin person who's stepping on the brown people who they hate. Like racial politics in Latin America, especially with the ones who make it up to the United States, like the legal Latin immigrants, they all come up here and they're like, yeah, thank God I finally escaped that country full of people with exactly my skin tone. They suck. And so, of course, they're all going to be like hardline anti-immigration hawks, you know? Argentinians think they're European? Yep. Munoz also told Newsweek about the harrowing experiences she encountered, including meeting mothers separated from their children while in detention, witnessing the poor conditions within the facility, and the overwhelming relief she felt when united with her husband. Despite the hardship, she expressed her trust in the process and her acceptance of the outcome, comma, her fate. What the fuck? The conditions, she said, were challenging to live in. The food was not fresh or nutritious enough, and the overall environment felt inadequate, she said. Why is she talking like this? I cannot imagine how the other women are facing detention with their kids outside waiting for them, Munoz said. It's something that got me scared meeting women who were like 6, 7, or 8 months in detention. I trusted in the process at the beginning, but the first couple of weeks were scary because Trump and the government were changing the rules of immigration every week. I feel so happy because I'm next to my husband, but at the same time, it's a sour feeling. It's a sour taste because now that I was in detention, I met so many other women with different cases. I'm focusing on them. I'm trying to put my attention on those women instead of just victimizing myself. What? What do you... I think what the president is doing is good, but also I leave this facility with deep... Listen, okay? The policy broadly is good, and it must have just been a coincidence that I and everyone I met in there was sympathetic and didn't deserve the treatment they got. Like, I'm sure all the other ICE detention facilities were full of, like, murderers and rapists and stuff. And it was just my facility that was full of nice, innocent women who were separated from their children, etc., etc. I don't even know what to do with this. Not me either, dude. It's out. What the fuck do you do with this, dude? Is it possible they're being made to say this shit? No. It's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. Seriously, it's not. It's just like incredible, overwhelming fucking brain rot, man. They're in a cult. Literally, like, nothing will change their minds. The experience left her unhappy with the pace of immigration court proceedings. She expressed her disappointment about the immigration detention process. I was feeling really frustrated. You're stuck in detention because you have to wait till they decide. Despite all of this, Munoz said she still believes in Trump's immigration policies, even going as far as calling the former president... April 10th, 2025. Okay, this was written by AI, 100%. This was written by AI. That explains why it's written the way it is. I thought there were some weird hard stops in the sentences. Well, I hopefully the quotes are transcribed accurately. Calling Trump super intelligent. He's like one of the most intelligent people in America. We can tell because of all his good business and all the achievements that he has. Oh God, wait, are her quotes AI too? I said earlier, why is she talking like that? I think there's a reason she's talking like that. But she's a real person. Is she? I mean, I assume. I guess. She has a court hearing on April 16th before an immigration judge. She has to be a real person. Find another article and compare the quotes. It's an exclusive Newsweek interview. Let me look. Camila Munoz. Okay, the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel also describes her release. So she's a real person, I assume. Okay, this is written like a human wrote it. This is a human writing this, I think. Probably, maybe, who knows. Camila Munoz sketched this picture of herself in an ICE detention center. Okay. Interesting. At 9 a.m. Friday, Munoz attended her bond hearing with an immigration judge via video. The government's attorney told the judge, "This case has been in the news," Munoz said. Bartel had driven through the night from Wisconsin and watched the hearing on video from his car outside the detention center. The judge set a $3,000 bond. To get her out the same day, Bartel had to pay it in person. So he drove another 4 hours round trip to the nearest ICE office in Oakdale, Louisiana. He didn't want her to spend another night locked up. It's tough hearing about people in for 7 months, Bartel said of other women who were detained with Munoz. What's the logic? Why not use an ankle monitor? I'm glad I was able to get her out. Incredible. It's crazy hearing what ICE does to these people, said publicly known Trump supporter. Why don't we use a less cruel method that costs less money and would be more sensible? Munoz, who has no criminal record in the U.S. or her home country, still faces an immigration court process related to her visa overstay, separate from the couple's application for a green card, which is under review. She's scheduled to go before an immigration judge in mid-April. I understand Trump is doing his job as president, and these are the processes, she said, but the case should move more quickly if people aren't associated with a gang or don't have a criminal record. Oh, yeah, I trust Trump in the process. I just don't get, like, maybe it's a mistake that I don't really understand, but, like, why is it that, like, I, a person in ICE detention, am being subjected to all of these harsh, punitive, inefficient, proceedings that don't really reflect the severity of my crime? I'm sure that for the other people who are being subjected to this, like the fucking hundreds of thousands of people being subjected to this, and the 20 million people who he said he's going to deport, I'm sure to all of them, like, that's all being done proportionately, you know? It's just for me and every woman I met in there, just seem to be like weirdly cruel and inefficient. But I support what Trump is doing because of all the other people. And she said now that she's free, she's going to do what she can for those who are still detained, to raise money so they can buy food from the jail commissary or pay for expensive phone calls to their families. That's really nice of you. Can you... Wait, hold on a second. I noticed this article doesn't end with them still supporting Trump. There's no mention of it at all. Hold on. Okay. CBS 58. Her husband, who says he voted for Trump, stands by his decision. But this is about him, not about her. He says there's still a lot of time left here. 49 days is only 1/7 of the year. Still a lot of work to be done. Still a lot to do with the economy, said Bartel. A lot of this immigration is fallout from the last 4 years due to people being able to freely cross the border without having to register anywhere. We have no idea who is in our country. Not everyone came here like my wife did with a visa. Some of them just walked across the border, and we don't know. She let her visa expire. She's here as illegally as they are. The visa allowed her to be here under a set of conditions that she failed to maintain. You're just like them, man. It would be nice if someone could go somewhere and register and be like, hi, I'm here and I'm going to work. There are lots of good individuals who just want a better opportunity. It would be nice if someone could go somewhere and register and be like, hi, I'm here and I'm going to work. Oh, you mean like asylum seekers? You mean the main legal process by which people entered the country from the southern border that Biden tried to facilitate to some extent and then Trump has declared illegal. These are the people he's saying are criminals. What do you make of this, man? It's like this for all of them. Like all of them. It's the same. It's like these people with like races too, because there were tons and tons of people who were like, yeah, black culture is bad and destructive, black gangs, violence, blah, 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 southern border, whatever. And then they have black and Latin friends and they're like, okay, yeah, but they're not like that. There are lots of people out there who think that women as an abstract group are like socially destructive and through hypergamy they do such and such. But then it's like, well, yeah, but like not the women I know. I don't really know that in my life, but like women broadly, Chinese people, something. It's every like abstract. The result of having right-wing propaganda pumped into your brain 24/7. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's a cult mindset. It's like every piece of evidence that you see that contradicts the cult narrative is just like a wacky exception you've found, When you think that ICE is detaining violent criminals and sending them back, and then you get arrested by ICE and be put in detainment, and everyone you meet in detainment is like a nice, sad mother who's been separated from their child, and you leave feeling empathetic towards those women, but then you're like, well, I sure was lucky I was sent to the one ICE detention facility that was full of like grieving mothers, and not all the other ones, which are full of like Tren de Aragua militants, Whatever, man. Then, are you seriously providing for me a website to make the argument that Newsweek is a partisan group? Yeah? All right, well, I believe you. Did you see this poll on age group approval rating for Trump? Is it a bad poll? You think I'm magic? How the fuck should I know it's a YouGov poll? I can, like, ask them or something? I have a hard time believing this poll is real, to be honest. I don't know. Like, it could just be an aggregate of different polls with different methodologies. But if this is meant to be like a continuous update to ongoing YouGov polling, I just do not believe that 18 to 29-year-olds went from Trump minus 20 to Trump plus 20 and now to Trump minus 25 in the span of like 6 months. I just don't believe that. I don't think that's true. I think that is fake. Not for any informed reason. I just do not believe it. Have you met 18-year-olds? No. I'll be honest, it's been a long time since I've interacted with anyone on the lower half of the 18 to 29-year-old bracket. I have friends who are 29. Yeah, I do like how the only poll, I believe the other polls. I believe well, no, do I? Minus 25 in the 30 to 44, and then very briefly the millennial demographic dips up here and then starts to sink back down. Do I believe that? The only thing I believe here, honestly, is that Gen X is Hitler. Doesn't it kind of make sense since young Americans are still ideologically inconsistent because they're young and stupid? Honestly, no. Ideological inconsistency is one thing. 40-point swings within a few, like within 1 month in this case, or a few months broadly, I don't believe that. I don't think this methodology is providing us the right information. You know? I'm just that's purely off of vibes. It's because of the Switch 2 price increase. That must be it. That must be it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because of the Joe Rogan interview. 18 to 29-year-olds don't watch Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is very decidedly a millennial and Gen X demographic range. Not true? That's the experience that I've had, but maybe I'm wrong on that. A lot of Gen Alphas are watching Joe Rogan. I don't know if I believe that. Maybe that's true. I've seen some Joe Rogan, and it just seems like it doesn't seem interesting. How can Joe Rogan possibly compete with, like, brain rot YouTubers? I feel like Pyrocynical would blow Joe Rogan out of the water easily. In, like, getting 15-year-olds to listen. Not even 15, like 10. Gen Alpha? That's like 10. No, I'm not. I'm not here. Every Joe Rogan fan I've met has been a Gen X or older millennial. That's been my experience as well. Yeah, 100%. Males 18 to 34. Maybe. Did you see the letter Mahmoud Khalil's wife wrote him? Really heartbreaking. Then why the fuck would I want to look at it? You're not selling me on that shit. Okay, 1 second. I wanna round off the econ stuff really quick. What's going on with the 10-year treasury yields? They went up a little more. Okay, they went up a little more. And what did the stock market close on? Down 3.46% today from previous close. Which means that about half the gains from the big swing up yesterday have been nullified. A little less than half. It's like 60% up. That's pretty bad. Well, we'll see. It's not at the lowest point from today. And what about oil? Oil price barrel. Still holding at like exactly 60. Like just at 60. Okay. All right. Okay. I forgot what is good. Treasury yield up or down. In this economy, the treasury yield going up is what makes people go silly mode. That's what turns people on Twitter into the Joker, basically. Austin became the only major city outside of New York to legalize single-stair apartment buildings. That's nice. It's do you ever think that the ADA has gone too far? No, not really. That's quite pretty. Single-stair apartment buildings makes apartment development way more viable on a smaller scale. Like, look at this. This is 4 homes in the square footage or the land use of a single home, and it's got the nice profile of a of a townhome. The footprint, thank you. Yeah. What did you call that? A single stair? A single stair. Like it. Have you ever been in an apartment building? Basically, every apartment nowadays has like a double staircase with a big hallway. Whereas this one, I assume, has a single little staircase that runs up the back. This is a render? Okay, well, whatever. I'm just describing. It has a single stairwell that runs up the back, just a little one that you walk up, and then you can arrive at whatever floor you want. How many lifts, though? Do you mean elevators? Presumably none. That would massively increase the cost of development. And the size, yeah. So it's not accessible for wheelchair users? Nope. My apartment here is a staircase for each unit. Yeah, it's just such a waste of space. Isn't that illegal? No, the whole point of the post is that it's not illegal. Isn't that a bad thing? Do you... No? I think it's okay for some homes to not be accessible to people in wheelchairs. I think that's fine. If I was in a wheelchair, I would simply not live here. You can live in the 99.99999% of homes that are not. Guys, this is already the case. Duplexes already have just a staircase that leads. There are already apartment types that exist where there's a second floor that you don't have a ramp or elevator to get up to. That's already common. There are duplexes, there are separated apartments, there are double stair apartments that don't have elevators. That's already pretty common. It's not like this isn't new. Disabled people can also just live in the ground floor. Well, the ground floor here is probably a lobby, but it's like a art thing. I don't know, but sure. Yeah, just crawl up the stairs, you lazy fuck. You still have arms. So don't have disabled friends yet then? Yeah, okay, but like I guess, yeah. It's already like that. There are just like there are lots of places in the world where you can't get there if you're in a wheelchair, and nothing will ever change that. Like you can't put a elevator on every hiking trail, every little staircase in the city, like everything. Like yeah, that's how it is. It's a disability. You have less abilities. It's unfortunate, but it's also not really like workable. The solution would to simply have better legs. So I don't know, get on it if you can. Or carry your friends inside and give them a little kiss. Mwah. Yeah, so maybe we shouldn't build new inaccessible buildings. I think we should. I disagree. I think we should. I think that disabled people have had it easy for too long. Yeah, I think we should ban wheelchairs. This building is useless and will be demolished in 4 years to make more usable housing. How? Why? It's four homes on the footprint of one. New York is like this. I don't get it. There's no sense in insisting that it fits the footprint of a single home. Buy a couple of plots and build across them. Do you really don't think there might be any kind of advantage to being able to build apartments that fit smaller footprints? Like there might be zoning or space constraints, or if you're doing new development, you might only have the space for a single building plot and not like for a mega apartment complex. Just simply, I have a solution. Turn every open plot into a commie block. I love my single family home. Sorry, this is one thing I don't agree with Vashana. What are you talking about? We're not even talking about that. We're talking about being able to build small footprint apartments. What are we talking about? This is a safety issue. You need 2 stairwells. You don't though. I don't think that's true. Yes, you do. Why? That's fire code? Then have an external fire escape that's accessible via a window in the back. Like in New York. Yeah, also like Don't set your house on fire. Idiot. There is no external escape. You can build single staircase apartment buildings with an external escape. Again, this is like the signature look of New York. Like we're talking about an extension of a housing design style that is very common around the world, and it like you like think in your head what a New York apartment looks like. You've probably seen them before in like a movie or something. Here's a video on how the multiple stairwell code is outdated. It's like the apartment equivalent of mandatory parking minimums, where it drives up development costs so fucking much, and it's so unnecessary. Yeah, like this shit. Get rid of this crap on the left, man. Give me some of that
Quaint
shit on the right.
walk-up apartments like this one behind me are a beloved feature in cities around the world. They're inviting and full of character. But here in North America, they are not allowed to be built today. Instead, our apartments are big and imposing, often stretching
and fucking awful looking, man.
Across an entire block. And the reason why really comes down to one reason: staircases. And these buildings are a common element in some of the most desirable neighborhoods in the world. So why don't we build these apartments here in North America? Well, in Canada and the US, all apartments above 2 or 3 stories need to give their units access to 2 separate staircases. We're some of the only countries across the world that are this strict about this requirement. In most other places, it only kicks in after 6 or more stories. And this one rule has huge implications. Staircases take up a lot of space.
We build so many of our buildings with wood, our cities burned down too many times. We got paranoid. I think that might literally be one of the reasons. Like, they were building two-door housing in England 600 years ago, made out of, like, stones, dirt, and feces, which is basically, like, flame-proof. But over here in America, we were building pioneer housing. It burned down every 5 years. So they were like, fuck it. We need to be way the fuck more careful.
And fitting 2 of them in a small building means that there's much less usable floor space on every floor. As a result, developers here construct much larger buildings so that the staircases and hallways take up a much smaller proportion of the overall building. It's why apartments in North America in general are much bigger and wider than their European counterparts.
Unclear.
Now, I'm not here to fat shame our bulky North American apartments. No, the reason I care about this issue is because this requirement is causing some major problems. For starters, it's making it much more difficult to build more housing. Big buildings require big properties, and in many cases, finding a property large enough for a large apartment requires a land assembly. This is where you can visit.
This is also why, by the way, it's impossible to have the cool, like, commercial boutique vibe that you get walking around New York or Tokyo in a lot of American cities, because commercial properties in America are like, oh, you want to build a store here? Okay, here's 40,000 square feet. Yeah, this lot was zoned for like a Walmart, basically, you know, like a Costco kind of deal. You wanna fucking set up a store here? Okay, well, it's $50 trillion a month rent, and good luck filling up the space, you know? Meanwhile, there are some amazing shops you can find in real countries, real cities and real countries, where it's like 400 square feet. Because what else do you need? Literally, it's like a room with stuff in it, and then there's a desk with a guy behind it. Or like a table or something. You just walk in. It's like a tiny little space, you know?
It's multiple landowners to sell their properties to you at the same time so that you can combine them into one big lot. As you can imagine, this is a risky process that requires negotiations, legal reviews, and a ton of money. Single staircase buildings, on the other hand, can be much smaller, which means you can often build them on just one property. I think that makes these buildings an important solution right now, because cities today are increasingly looking to add more housing into their single-family neighborhoods. Properties in these areas are already small to begin with, and I think it'd be very difficult to add more housing at scale without single staircase buildings. But this requirement isn't just making it more difficult to build new housing, it's also limiting the kinds of housing we can build. The reason why comes down to the hallway connecting the two staircases. It cuts the building in two, which means most of the units on either side of it can really only fit one bedroom.
Yup.
Let me explain.
This is why we this is why like apartments are basically not suitable for families in a lot of cases. I mean, families still have to make do in there, but it doesn't feel right because everyone's like, "Oh, an apartment? Well, that's where like college students live or something." Why? Why can't you have apartments that are 2-bedroom houses?
So this hotel I'm staying at kind of gives you an idea of what that looks like on the ground. I've got access to a stair over there and a stair over there, but what that really means is that the rooms essentially can only have a window on one side of the wall because there's a unit over there, and there's a unit over there, which is, you know, fine for a hotel room, but for an apartment, this layout can be really challenging to work with. All bedrooms are required by law to have a window, and when you only have windows on one side of your apartment, it's challenging to fit any more than 1 or maybe 2 bedrooms into this layout. To demonstrate, let's take a look at the floor plan of an apartment in Quebec City. Most of its units only have windows on one wall. In fact, this poor unit only has windows on one corner.
Ew.
And because of that, all these units pretty much have to be 1-bedroom apartments. This is a problem because our cities are facing a major...
Are we seriously attacking windows as a legal requirement? No. We're saying that if you could build single staircase, smaller plot apartments, then you could have windows on every side because it's like the footprint is just one townhouse, basically. We want more windows.
Shortage of apartments with 3 or more bedrooms, the kinds of spaces that are better suited for families. In Metro Vancouver, 3-bedroom apartments make up 2% of units in the region's rental market, while studios and 1-bedroom apartments make up almost 75%.
That is fucking insane. That is insane, dude. 74% of the available housing, studio and what? This is what? No fucking wonder nobody's having kids. Jesus Christ. Insane housing market driven entirely by speculative investment and psychopaths looking to maximize price per square foot, as opposed to like any kind of like fucking they're playing City Skylines and they're like, well, which zoning type like maximizes profit? I'm not looking at what people are demanding, what maximizes profit, and then they just slap that down. And then you wonder why a house in Vancouver is $4 or $5 million or whatever.
And this shortage of family-friendly apartments is where I really see the potential of point access block buildings. When you have one staircase, you don't need a hallway, which means that units can wrap around the staircase in all sorts of different ways. That makes it easier to have more walls with windows, which allows for apartment layouts with more than 1 bedroom. Check out this apartment layout from France. You can see that the single staircase allows for a 3-bedroom.
Oh my God, look at that. And this isn't just one house per floor.
Unit, 2 2-bedrooms, and 2 1-bedrooms.
That's look, yeah, that looks pretty good. This is the little hallway right here.
And you know what else that's good for?
What did they change? They only have one staircase, which means that they can build around that central hub and make sure that every that these all get multiple window sides.
And 2 1-bedrooms.
Except for this one down here in the bottom center, which is still a 1-bedroom. But you know, diversity is fine. There's nothing wrong with 1-bedroom houses. It's just like that can't be the only thing available. Does that have fire escapes? I assume so. Probably. I don't know what fire code is in France. I assume that it's up to code. They're not showing us like an illegal building.
And you know what else that's good for? Smelly roommates. Having open windows on different sides of an apartment makes it easier for air to move through the unit, which provides natural cooling and ventilation. Another upside of the point access block. I'm going to pause this video for a second because I'm sure some people will point out that...
Whose content am I stealing? Hold on. About here? 1.9 million views. Okay, it's a popular video. This is very good.
There's this thing called scissor stairs that kind of addresses this issue. This is when 2 stairs crisscross down one column together, effectively taking up less space than 2 separate staircases. I don't want to digress too much, so I'm just going to list a few reasons why, in my opinion, scissor stairs aren't a great replacement for single stairs, but feel free to debate me in the comments.
They still need a corridor connected to stair entrance to take more space. It creates a single straight run, meaning there is no switchback condition with a landing hallway. If you trip down a scissor stair, you are going to fall twice as far and are more likely to be injured than if you trip down a switchback stair. Huh. They require fire separation, meaning they're usually made of concrete, which adds costs and complexity. They're still not permitted in most of the U.S. since 9/11. Okay. And they're often not permitted in low-rise apartments like Vancouver. Okay, interesting.
So why do we have this rule? Why does every apartment require 2 staircases?
I didn't think about that actually, but yeah, those kinds of staircases are more dangerous, aren't they? Because if you have a single one, like if you imagine we're cutting this in half hamburger style, so we only have like one staircase wrapping down like this, if you fall, you go boom. And then if you fall again, you go boom. And then if you fall again, you go boom. Whereas during a double, the scissor stair, you go trip boom. Like there's twice as much of a distance. And that can be dangerous, right? Because the difference between falling down a half landing versus a full landing is huge. Right? You have to assume. I've never fallen down a staircase, but I feel like that's got to make a pretty big difference. Oh my God, you're so full of shit. Well, I'm just trying to live, man. Architect here have no idea what you're on about, but you're all cunts, just logged in. Love how everyone's suddenly a fire engineer. Oh my God, you're so full of shit. Okay.
I don't want to digress too much, so I'm just going to list a few reasons why, in my opinion, scissors are first building codes. Back in the day, one of the biggest threats to your life in the city was dying in a fire. That, and maybe contracting tuberculosis. In fact, every now and then, an entire city would go up in flames, like Toronto in 1849, Montreal in 1852, Quebec City in 1866, Vancouver in 1886, St. John's in 1892, Westminster in 1890, Ottawa in 1900,
you ready for it?
And Toronto again in 1904.
Oh, they didn't mention Seattle.
That's why cities across North America began to create robust fire safety regulations like this double staircase rule that's still in effect today. The idea behind it was quite simple. If you're in a building that's on fire, you don't want to be stuck with only one option to get out. What if the staircase is full of smoke or blocked or, on fire? So this was a very understandable rule. It was about our safety. But you might be wondering, why is it then that this rule is so strict in just North America? Well,
if it doesn't really pass the sniff test, right? You need to have 2 interior staircases if there's a fire. Well, if it's a scissor lift, the staircases are right next to each other, which means that heat would be transferring through them. So probably that wouldn't help that much. And also smoke would be the main issue. I would think an exterior fire escape is obviously the best solution, because if a building's on fire, if you make it outside onto a balcony, you're pretty much safe. You're pretty much safe. The fire is probably not like blasting you so hard that it's getting you when you're like 3 feet outside on the scaffolding exterior, and the smoke can't get you anymore. Well, I mean, it can, but like you're outside. So that seems like the safe option.
Cities in Asia and Europe had already dealt with this issue centuries before, but their approach was to require buildings to be made of more fireproof materials like brick and stone. North American cities, on the other hand, were growing quickly, and it was much quicker to build it out of wood than to painstakingly lay bricks and stones. Plus, wood was more readily available in North America, and with the invention of the automobile, cities were on the cusp of suburban sprawl, which would put much less pressure on building compact apartment buildings downtown.
This is what whites fled to get away from black people. This is the American dream people talk about when they talk about the 50s. Early suburbia was worse, not better, than modern suburbia. Look at how blighted this looks. It literally looks like a wasteland, like an actual wasteland. No wonder there's a stereotype about boomers like being trained to mow their lawn every Sunday or whatever. Everything is just lawn for no reason. Why the fuck? Who would build shit like that? Who could live in like New York or Chicago or Philadelphia or whatever and then be like, you know what people really want? Everyone wants to pretend they live on like a ranch or something, except instead of having crops or animals, they have featureless, useless grass that they have to take care of for no reason. I don't know. And the cars parked on the street. This was early. This was before they started like mandating garages. This was before they started mandating every construction had a garage, I assume, because these cars parked in the street. Look how wide the road is. This road is wide enough for like fucking 2 lanes with a parking divide. Oh.
Sprinkle in a little bit of classism around housing types, and you have our North American compromise for the building code. Build with less fireproof materials, but compensate with stricter regulations. So sure, we might have had our suburban sprawl here, but at least we got safer buildings. With this double staircase requirement, we've saved countless of lives, while in the rest of the world, people are still perishing in fires in their single staircase buildings. Take that, Amsterdam. Well, that's not exactly true. As you can see on this chart, the US and Canada don't have the fewest fire deaths per capita, not by a long shot. It turns out there are so many other factors that contribute towards fire safety. In fact, it seems like the real success story of our building codes hasn't been so much about helping people escape fires, but preventing them in the...
I like his quilted bomber. Yeah, they're called jacket liners. It's essentially like a separate piece that used to be attachable via buttons to the inside of a US field jacket. So if it was cold, rather than wear a new jacket, they would take this little like bit of down-filled quilted padding on the inside, and they would button it so that it became like a fuller jacket.
First place. For example, regulating the materials buildings are made out of, requiring fire doors, pressurized staircases, sprinklers, fire alarm systems, and fire extinguishers. Today, almost every aspect of your home has been vetted for fire safety. Even your mattress is required by law to be made out of fire-resistant materials.
What are you doing?
Nothing. Those requirements have also coincided
I
with
was about to say, I was like, I wouldn't go testing that. Mattresses are really expensive. As that's
very important cultural change. In most places, smoking indoors is now prohibited. As a result, building fires have decreased about 50% over the past several decades, and they've become much less severe. So this requirement to have 2 staircases is hardly the most significant improvement we've made to fire safety by a long shot. And when it gets in the way of new housing supply and family-sized apartments, it does make you wonder, do we need this rule at all? Well, personally, I think that doing away with this rule altogether would be too drastic. It exists for a reason, and in my opinion, the problem isn't the rule itself, but just how broadly we've applied it.
Okay. I think I've gotten the information that I wanted out of stealing this video shamelessly. This was a really nice video. Thank you to the person who linked it. Yeah, I've seen the news, guys. You sure are posting about it, and I'm glad that I stuck around stream a little longer because this is worth addressing immediately. It's good news? Well, it's interesting news. Here we go. The Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, is requiring the Trump administration to facilitate the return of Kilmar Obrego Garcia. That's the Maryland. That's the fella who we've talked about him before. Yeah, one of the people sent down to El Salvador. Man, 9-0. This is a direct. So this might not have been as big of a deal, but the Trump administration has been openly flaunting the fact that they have no intention of bringing him back, even though they've admitted that it was a mistake to send him out. Like multiple officials, Stephen Miller, I believe Elon Musk, Trump, a bunch of them have been basically like joshing around, like, what are we supposed to do? Go and get the guy we sent to an illegal torture facility overseas? What do you give on? I know that like the government's done that before when we need to, but you know, so this is like actually a huge blow to the Trump administration. And now we're getting a guy back from CSOT, which means that he's going to be interviewed by everyone on Earth. Huh. The application is granted in part and denied in part, subject to the direction of this order. Due to the administrative stay issued by the Chief Justice, the deadline imposed by the District Court has now passed. There was an administrative stay issued by Justice Roberts a few days ago. I covered that when it happened as well. Just I say that in case you're grasping for a memory of the event and you watch my streams consistently, which I described as like a affirmation of the Trump administration's power, because it was. But the stay has expired, and following the expiration of the stay, to that extent, the government's emergency application is effectively granted in part, and the deadline in the challenged order is no longer effective. The rest of the district court's order remains in effect, but requires clarification or remand. The order properly requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. The intended scope of the term effectuate in the district court's order is, however, unclear and may exceed the district court's authority. The district court should clarify its directive with due regard for the deference owed to the executive branch in the conduct of foreign affairs. Okay, so basically the issuance here, what they're saying is the Trump administration does need to facilitate his release, but the district court that made that demand of the executive branch needs to clarify the term effectuate with regard to their limited authority in directing the president on matters of foreign affairs. It is still saying release him, though. For its part, the government should be prepared to share what it can concerning the steps it has taken and the prospect of further steps. The order heretofore entered by the Chief Justice is vacated. This is actually a really big deal. Good news for once. It's such good news that it makes me worry there might be a catch. I'm trying to think of ways this could go poorly. The Trump administration just flat out says no. Just flatly says, like, nope, it's impossible. The Supreme Court's on one today. Sorry, we can't do it. Not possible. Let them enforce it. The Trump administration colludes with Bukele in El Salvador to have him, Garcia, killed. So that he can't come back and testify to the conditions in CSOT. It'd be easy for them to do. What else? They could attempt to silence him or fabricate charges against him, either like after getting him out or before getting him. They could say, oh, we'll facilitate the release. In 6 months, we have a conversation scheduled with Bukele, and we'll ask him about it. Like they could, the Trump administration could essentially like pretend they don't have the power to get them and like feign incompetence. There are still a bunch of ways this could go poorly, but it's still, certainly this does not benefit the Trump administration, which makes me wonder, why 9-0? Why would Clarence Thomas, the most evil man alive, vote this way? I can think of maybe some explanations. And yeah, an adherence to due process. He wants to do evil in a different way. I don't know. It might be they don't like the administration undermining the judiciary. That might be a big part of it. I said this before about like some of the people working under or around Elon Musk, but like even if you're really evil, that doesn't mean you don't chafe at being treated like an idiot. Like you can be the most evil guy in the world, but if you have to deal with Elon like in your ear all the time, giving you stupid fucking advice and telling jokes, eventually it's going to wear at you. Supreme Court justices, regardless of how like evil or wrong they often are, Clarence Thomas is a objectively well-educated person and does have a very high opinion of himself. I wonder if the Trump administration so flagrantly like ignoring the judiciary as a branch, I wonder if that might just be irritating him in like an ego sense, not because he wants to do good, but because he's like, no, I think the judiciary is actually pretty important. I'll show you. They agreed because he's already dead. I don't think Garcia's already dead. I think it would be very stupid of them to kill the Americans that they're sent. I think that would be, it's possible, but I don't think that's true. Because then they can't be used as tools or bargaining chips in the future. Like what, they just get sent to a meat grinder in El Salvador? I don't see the point. I don't see the point. Also, keep in mind, journalists are allowed to access CSOT, just in a very limited and guided capacity. So, you know, you send a bunch of Americans down there, they disappear. Eventually, you know, like you want to be able to show like video of them all sitting in an uncomfortable position with their head shaved or something. Thomas is not as smart as you think. Oh, I didn't say Thomas was smart. I said he was well educated. Statement of Justice Sotomayor, with whom Justice Kagan and Jackson joined, respecting the court's disposition of the application. And then we have the statement from Sotomayor, where she agrees with what we have to say, obviously. Like, obviously, of course, we're going to agree with Sotomayor's, you know, statement here. Because every factor governing requests for equitable relief manifestly weighs against the government, I would have denied to intervene in this litigation and denied the application in full. Basically, she's saying she wouldn't have done Robert's stay. Nevertheless, I agree with the court's order that the proper remedy is to provide Obrego Garcia with all the process to which he would have been entitled had he not been unlawfully removed to El Salvador. This means the government must comply with its obligation to provide Obrego Garcia with due process of law, including notice and an opportunity to be heard in any future proceedings. It must also comply with its obligations under the Convention Against Torture. See Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel and Inhumane or Degrading Treatment and Punishment. Federal law, right, torture is illegal. Technically, kind of, maybe, not really. And that's the final statement. A concurrence from Sotomayor. Okay, yeah, that's a pretty big deal. That's a pretty big deal. This just came out. I mean, this is like less than an hour old. Here we go. Here we go. Finally, it's on the front page of AP News. I checked 5 minutes ago and it wasn't here. Damn. Okay, okay. We'll see. I want to send this to the editors immediately, but I'm not going to send them the stream when I have 10 minutes left in stream to read donations. So I'm going to read donations and the stream, and then I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? That's all good and everything, but it directly conflicts with this. Oh, yeah, Tom Homan saying he wants Amazon Prime, but for human beings. Yeah, I saw. It's a shockingly evil quote, even for a member of this administration. But this has nothing to do with that. These are two separate things. What does that even mean? It means he's evil. Okay, let me read these. I need to be quick. Let me... Big event happened. Can you release Latest segment ASAP. About to end stream. All right. SamFan155, thank you for the $5. Sinuous Psychosis, thank you likewise. A Cosmic Dragon Lover and Pixeleye7, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate those. Meowsheep, Blue Femboy 2, and Lai Sabine, thank you for the tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. When did it become common to spell femboy O-I rather than O-Y? Is it like femboy, but you just know that I really want you to fuck me like harder or something? I don't like, right? Isn't that because that's like a hornier spelling. Pretty much. Okay. Swagga99, thank you for the 2 tier 2 subs. I really appreciate those. Seen Zero Grass, thank you for the $10. Been watching for a few years now. Just wanted to say thank you for pulling me out of the conspiracy pit. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you, and I'm happy to have done so. Unauthorized thing with the $5. How confident are you that martial law will begin on the 20th? Just curious. I'm not confident on that at all. I don't know if there's like a 50% or greater chance. I just know that like that is the time that they're going to do it if they intend on doing it relatively soon. I will say though, as we approach the deadline, I am thinking more and more that it is less likely that they do it. Why that time? Because that's the end of the 90-day period that they gave the Departments of Homeland Security and of Defense to argue whether or not we should implement it's a thing, okay? I just don't think they've done enough to like prime the topic. They've not done enough to like prepare people for that, you know? Maybe. SamFan155, thank you for the $10. I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. And 3 Fat Samurai, thank you for the 5. Yeah, don't walk out of your job, my friend. You might need that money soon, okay? Gay Lieutenant Dangle, thank you for the $10. Yes, privacy protections for queer people was scrapped a little while ago. I did cover that when it happened, I think. Azra A, thank you for the $5. I'm sorry to hear the execs at your job don't like you. Is there anything that you could do to improve that? Hopefully it works. Cryomancer Cat with the $10. Fashion question, is $200 too expensive for a hoodie? You can buy any item of clothing for very little money if you want to. It's a matter of how valuable it is to you. How much do you think it's worth? You know? Is there like a specific value to it? Is it made like in a very high quality fashion? I got these shirts for $160 each at Wythe. That's pretty expensive for a shirt, but I like them. There aren't many button-down collar shirts that I like these days, you know? They tend to have way too small of a collar. That's a dress shirt? Almost. This is a casual shirt. The material gives it away. It's not quite a dress shirt. The fabric isn't sateen enough. See? It's like halfway between a dress shirt and a work shirt. Got a nice wide cut, pocket. You've got very prominent stitching along the seams. And of course, a button-down collar is a relatively casual detail, at least in my opinion. Did he say sateen? Yeah, sateen. It's an adjective. It means like shiny, not satin. That's a different thing. That's a material. Sateen is a description. I like the more, I don't know, texture of the shirt. Yeah, it's a button-down Oxford cloth shirt. Oxford cloth, a very specific kind of woven fabric. With 2 E's, Miss Genderlin, I think. Is prominent stitching a good thing? It's considered a more casual detail. Contrast stitching and prominent stitching are considered more casual, whereas tonal stitching and less visible stitching are considered more formal details. It's like that with shoes as well. I mean, it looks like a quality shirt. It is a quality shirt. And I know you can't quite see it. You can't quite see it. Maybe, hold on. You know what? Hold on. I don't know if I'm focusing it the right way, but can you see the texture? It's got a nice texture to it. It focused? Okay, good, because I was in the dark there. Anyway, what's the hoodie? It's official merch of an indie game I really want to support. Thoughts on it? Oh, I see. Is this a hoodie? This is a parka, my friend. Well, this is definitely a merch. Pre-order ends in 26. What is this? Limbus Company? Does that refer to something you guys are aware of? Limbus Company? Does that mean anything? Show it? Well, I can't really speak to the weird. Okay, I don't know what you all are on about. I'm sorry. I don't know anything about this. Let me see. A lightweight material, overall design and roomy silhouette. It's common to a parka, sorry. Limbus Company logo on the side. Composition 88% polyester, 12% polyurethane. Yeah, that's about what I'd expect. But it's a parka. Is it properly waterproof? It doesn't say it's waterproof. Can we see it? Sure, but I really shouldn't be... It's like, you know, it's got like the merch to it. Oversized, streetwear, boxy fit. Nothing wrong with that necessarily. Do they show it zipped up? Zipped up? Not quite. Not sure how the silhouette would hang. It's got like a Tokyo City Boy style to it. Oh yeah, there we go. I like that. I like that. It's got a good look to it. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with this. It's not my style, but I have a specific heritage menswear thing going on. Yeah, no, it's a fine thing. Nice oversize. My main concerns with something like this: construction quality, material. Is it properly waterproof? I don't know if it's properly waterproof. You can waterproof it though if you want to. I mean, you can waterproof anything. It's got double zippers. That's nice. Can I take a look at the hardware? What are the zippers made out of? Metal? Yeah, that's metal. Okay, that's a good sign. If you ever see a jacket with plastic zippers, probably a red flag. Probably a red flag. Possibly metal? Nah, that's metal for sure. Wait, they make jackets with plastic zippers? They make all kinds of crazy things, my friend. So I assume when the hood is zipped up fully, like fully, yeah, it like covers your neck or like your chin. Okay, I think it's cute. I think it's cute. Just make sure you size it properly, okay? Shoulder width. All right, this is obviously like very keyed in on the oversized fit. Why is it $200? Because it's a pre-order to support a project. It's meant to raise money. Shoulder width, even the small is large enough to fit my shoulders, so it's meant, the shoulder seams are meant to hang off you. Chest width. Yeah, it's pretty big. Mostly poly. Well, yeah, but it's a parka. Also, it's coming out of China, so better get it before they price in the tariffs. The 5'8" wearing a large. I mean, yeah, look at her. She's drowning in it. But that's the aesthetic. Poly doesn't breathe. That's not really true. Doesn't breathe quite as much as, say, linen, but it's mostly about the density of the weave, you know? Also, typically, when people wear stuff made out of polyester, it's waterproof, and if you waterproof something, you do make it less breathable, or not breathable at all. Karmalarma, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thready, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. SamFan155, thank you for the 15 bucks. I really appreciate that as well. OpenAI is suing Elon because they've had enough of his bitching. That's funny. We'll probably cover it tomorrow. Salty Internet Pirate, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Whether you figured it out or not, I love you. Anyway, Cryomancer Cat, I hope you enjoy your parka. Saint Jimmy and H2Owitz, thank you for the $5 both. Congratulations to start on starting HRT, H20 Wiz. Started HRT today because it seemed like the safest time to do so politically. You helped a lot in me realizing with your over-medicalization talk. God bless you. Good luck out there, kid. That's sweet. Knotted Alpaca provided an insane number of consecutive $5 donations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The 10th one says, sorry, I've been pestering you. I'm just really autistic about technology that enables disabled people to be independent in cool, smart, savvy, and unintrusive ways. Well, that's pretty much you've maximized the amount of text you could send my way in a $50 donation. Thank you for the $50 donation. I'm going to read these. Probably not going to respond to every individual message. Dude, I have cerebral palsy and my vocational rehab has put buying me a new powered chair for my career on hold because of the uncertainty around federal funding. Fuck my life. Ugh. Living life just gets so dumb because getting accommodations is like pulling teeth, slow, prone to delay. Americans don't want you to get anything you don't bleed for. The red tape and opaque leadership, no matter the party, sucks. It's so obvious how outdated our system is. This is all totally true. Because no one on top's had to deal with disability before. No. Governor of Texas. And he's a champion for the rights of the disabled. I assume. Someone no one talks about is how other countries won't take disabled people because they don't want to strain their social safety nets, so we're pretty much stuck. Hopefully after the Trump admin, the disabled vote will become a thing and be partisan left because it's now easier to see the GOP as anti-disabled people. Hopefully so, yeah. It is fucked up how we treat disabled people. Like, we cost ourselves more economically by not providing them what they need to be able to be productive citizens, basically. Like, the fact that if you're disabled, you don't just get a good wheelchair. Like, you have to jump through hoops, and you can't even jump, which is why it's so fucked up. Incredibly stupid and extremely inefficient. It's just it's so inefficient. There's no sense to it, you know? It's just to make them suffer. It's to punish them for not being able-bodied, basically. Like, I think part of my political advocacy in the future is going to be yelling at conservative disabled people about how the GOP would happily mulch them for fun. Remember the leaked convo that Trump had with like a nephew-in-law or something, where the nephew-in-law was like an active advocate for disabled rights, and Trump saw his presentation, and Trump was like, shouldn't we just kill them? Like, why not let people like that die? He didn't even mean it like as a point. He just said it offhand. I think it'd be much more economically sensible and awesome to make and guarantee access to wheelchairs that can climb stairs or save on building costs. Yeah, like, it doesn't take that much is the fucked up thing, right? Like, if you think about how difficult it is to get a wheelchair, and I'm not trying to, like, trivialize their importance or whatever, but, like, wheelchairs aren't that complicated. Even the fancy motorized ones. They're literally not. Like, a fancy motorized wheelchair is a seat with an RC car. Underneath it. I'm simplifying, but it kind of is. And it's also, like, impossible to get. Like, a good wheelchair is it's a chair with wheels. It's not that crazy. I don't know. Or change it so modern wheelchairs must function as stair lifts and new stairs must enable stair lifts, which should be cheap compared to elevator costs. Or it could be like accessible buses where you have a secure lift that carries you up on the outside of the building and it goes special side doors. There are plenty of things we could do. And assisting disabled people elevates everyone. You know, the only reason why we have those dips in the curbs when you cross the street is for ADA accessibility. But if you're carrying a cart or pushing a stroller with a kid in it or whatever, or doing anything that involves anything wheeled, like moving a staircase, those things are great. But the only reason they're there is because the ADA mandates it for people with wheelchairs. So by helping them, we helped every human in America a lot. Japan has wheelchairs that climb stairs. Yeah, and the crazy thing is, they're not that fancy. They're not even that crazy. They're not. Genuinely, they're not. It's a wheelchair that has like a fulcrum. It's like a paddle flip. You can look it up. You can look it up. You can look it up. It's doable. It's not like crazy spider legs. It's like just a little. Like it's a pain to use it, but it gets you upstairs. I gotta move. I gotta move. One second. Sorry. Bosch is against expanding driving lanes, but it demands wheelchair accessibility. Which one is it, boss? What the fuck are you talking about? What? Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. What high-waisted pants and jeans options do you recommend in Lower Manhattan? Well, it's actually pretty difficult to get proper high-waisted jeans, especially from most raw denim places, because for them, the most you get is like a mid-rise, you know? These are properly high-rise, and these are Buck Mason's J-Press collab jeans, because they're meant to be worn kind of like with a suit. Usually the high-waisted jeans you get from companies, that's high-rise? Yeah. My belt is past my belly button. Jeans and a button-up shirt. How is that comfortable? People wore high-waisted pants for like literally all of human history. Low-rise pants are a modern thing. What's wrong with jeans and a button-up shirt? See? Look at my high-waisted jeans. Look at them. They're jeans that fit more or less like trousers would, so. Jesus, that tie is long. It's not. It's just that the pants are high-waisted. BH Breadman, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I love diet and exercise advice as a guy who hasn't exercised in ages. I love Thomas, the $5. You're gay. That's true. Anyway, Sake, I noticed that I didn't really make any brand recommendations. I don't know if Buck Mason's even selling this anymore because it was a temporary collab. I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. Does anyone know where the tie is from? It's from a Frank Lloyd Wright collection product authorized by the Frank Lloyd Wright Foundation. It's from my parents from like fucking 20 years ago or whatever. I love Thomas. Thank you for the $5. Bugsy Segal, thank you for the $25. I really appreciate that. What's your opinion on bringing back hydrogen blimps for cargo? I don't know if that's practical, but I think that'd be a lot cooler looking than planes and boats and what have you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sake with the 5 tier 1 subs. Not going to ask you to watch a 3-minute indie trailer on stream, sorry, but in your free time maybe. Let me take a look. Maples Forest Kickstarter trailer finally launched. Sure, I can give that a look. I like supporting indie games with my attention at the very least. Smelany, thank you for the $5. Submitted 15 copies of my resume to multiple law firms during a school advisory meeting. Yo! Hell yeah! And looking good too with the navy blazer. Get your name out there. All right, let me read these super chats. Super chat, super chat, super chat. Tyler the Veganator, Timbo QWERTY, Brand on 555, and John, thank you for the $2 all. I really appreciate that. Timbo QWERTY with the $10. Can you give me a recap? I just got on my lunch break. Well, this is from yesterday, so the recap is yesterday the markets boomed. Today they fluctuated. It's going to be like that for a while. Hillel Finder, thank you for the very kind $20. The tariff edging continues. At this rate, will never tariff come? Well, the Chinese tariffs are in place right now, you know? Mr. A, Galactic Moth, thank you for the $2 both. Thank you, thank you. Wait, where was I? And Galactic Moth with the $5. I think a lot of what we're seeing is driven by the belief in great replacement theory. 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. Foundational to their beliefs. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $10. We won't even get any cool tell-all books out of this administration. I mean, not if, like, we all die or whatever. We probably won't out of the people in the cabinet because they're all insane. Their tell-all books will be like venerations of President Trump, God Emperor Trump. Ozymandias, Diego B, Android Mogasan, and Andrew Mogasan again. Thank you for the $5 and euros. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words, Ozymandias. Really happy to hear you enjoy the content. Ben Walters, thanks the $5. Why is America becoming a closed society? I don't know. That must have been some conversation that Trump and Kim Jong-il had when he crossed the DMZ and spoke with him on the other side. Gabor Benedict, thank you for the 4,490 Hungarian currency. Too much liberty to capital, equality only to the oligarchs, fraternity only the far-right groups. Yeah. Even the good version of liberalism is kind of dead. Tess Trekkie, thank you for the 2 $10 Australian donations. I really appreciate that. Digging the community college sociology professor vibe. Yeah, everyone says that I'm dressing like a professor, but I've been to university and professors don't get their shirts from Wythe. I'll tell you that much, okay? Professors aren't getting their their sport jackets from the anthology, is all I'm saying. Look, maybe you had some very well-dressed professors, but basically what I'm saying is you're insulting me. If Jeremy Powell's removed, sorry, Jimbo Powell's removed, watch huge amounts of foreign capital flee the U.S. market. Yeah, we'll see, because I feel like that's a button that's still yet to be pressed, you know? Still live, Diogenes and H Shelf, thank you for the $2 all. Really appreciate that. Kevin Slims, John, and Kiriturayan YouTube, thank you for the $5 all. Thank you, thank you. The best generic indicator of the health of the economy is the sale of women's lipstick. Yup, because women do be shopping. Mad Joe with the 10 Australian says, Mad Joe, Bulbasaur. Jay, Mogason, and Mogason again, thank you for the $2 all. I really appreciate that. All you need is 10 suits, then you can have 100 suits. Add in the shirt combinations, and you're hitting infinity, motherfucker. I would like a nice brown suit, though. I really would. I think my favorite brown suit that I've seen was worn by Urban Comp. I think that's his name, Urban Comp on Twitter. This guy looks fantastic. Really knows how to put his outfits together. And all this is a nice, well-fitted Western chambray shirt. Good Lord. I love Western wear. Let me see if I can find him in a brown suit. Vosh Cowboy Arc win. I do own a lot of, like, Western wear stuff. Double RL is my favorite brand for a reason, you know? Is this what I'm thinking of? Not quite, but that does look fantastic. There's a specific image that I'm thinking of. He does know how to dress. Is it this? That looks quite good. That looks quite nice. Yeah, I think I could pull off like a brown winter suit pretty well, because this is obviously like a heavier material. It's the key. Look at how high-waisted those pants are, see? That's the key. You want the high-waisted pants. Look at that lapel roll, these giant lapels. You want a tie width that more or less corresponds to the width of the lapel, not too skinny. Looking good, man. Looking good. Is the tie tucked into the shirt? You mean the pants? Yeah, typically you tuck your tie into your pants if the tie's length greatly exceeds the length of your waistline. Like if you're closing the suit. When is it appropriate to dress like that? This guy dresses like this just going out in the town, and you can too. Of course, he does his fashion suits, or fashion shoots. But like, look, couldn't you imagine dressing like this pretty easily? Like, right here? You go outside, you're dressed like this. Do you think anyone would look at you and be like, you look out of place? You know, you look wrong? Probably not. Here's some casual high-waisted pants, presumably fatigue pants. Just judging by how they look, but I could be wrong. Doesn't the blue and brown clash? No. Blue and brown are both fine together. Look at that, man. Would anyone look at this and go like, "Oh wow, you're dressing like an old man"? I think this shit's fucking fire, you know? That's a very good suit. God damn, man, look at that. Obviously, he's in really good shape, but like the real work being done here is the cut of these suits, the way they're shaped to provide like a very masculinizing physique, you know? It's very good. Sorry, I gotta let myself get distracted again. I really shouldn't do that. If you dressed like that in Scotland, you'd get kicked in the nuts. I don't really think that's true. I think it's nice when people put effort into their presentation, even when it's not, like, strictly necessary as a consequence of social, you know, norms. Andrew Leisure, John, and Solid Snake, thank you for the 5-all. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Wasn't Elon saying the Doge's savings were close to $1 trillion? Now it's 150 billion. Well, it's not even 150 billion, of course. But no, he was saying the goal was 1 trillion. But the original goal was 2 trillion. They keep walking it back. Charlotte, thank you for the $10. No, I'm afraid I don't know what advertisement you're referring to. Better future for America, protecting children from illegal Chinese vapes with video games. I'm afraid I don't know about that, but I believe you. Maruya NG, thank you for the $5. Hey Vosh, I wanted to thank you and some of your peers for helping me escape the MAGA cult. Genuinely helped improve my life and mental health. That is really wonderful to hear. Thank you. I'm really happy to hear that, and it's always really, you know, reaffirming and, you know, uplifting to hear that it's even possible for people to leave, I guess. Andrew Mogeson and John, thank you for the $2 both. Really appreciate that. H-Self for the $5. I looked up what is clean coal on my phone, and Chrome A1 said it was real. We're so cooked. That's great. That's great. Pasta Boof and Taijirai, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. Trans woman here, all this stuff has me considering immigration, but I really don't want to abandon America. I was born and raised here. We're the true sons, daughters, and non-binary individuals of America, okay? If anyone has to leave this country because of what's being done in it, we will return one day to reclaim it. All right? John with the $2. Chad is cooked. Always was. Old Schoolist, thank you for the $5. Do you think it's possible Trump is secretly a lefty accelerationist operating at an incredibly high level? No, I don't think that's possible, but if believing that gives meaning to your life, then I say why not? And Galactic Ma, thank you for the $5. How are your kitties? They're all doing great. They're super active and fun and friendly. They just, they've been very active before I stream, and then during my streams, they're quiet. And then as soon as I end stream, they're active again. You know how it is. They're smart. Gruff, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And congratulations on being back to work and losing 15 pounds via VR boxing. Great way to lose weight. Boxing is very tiring. All right, folks, I love you all. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. The Secretary of Agriculture is going to kill millions globally. A day of reckoning will come. Vengeance. Okay, motherfucker. I bought knitted tank tops for work. Dude, the knitted market is so... Like knitted t-shirts? I mean, they're all knits, but you know what I mean. Like sweater... Whatever. Thank you. I love you all very much. Please take care of yourselves. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I gotta go. All right. Take care.